take your positions at the head table. We will start in just a moment. Okay. So good morning, everyone. We're now ready to commence the opening ceremony. We anticipate the arrival of the Honorable Darrell Vaz, who will be deputizing for the Prime Minister, who had to attend the funeral of the late Fidel Castro in Cuba and had a very late night, and so will not be able to join us this morning. But we will nonetheless make a start until the minister arrives. Our world-class athletes have popularized the tune of our national anthem. This morning I'll call your attention to the words of our national anthem and invite us all to stand as we sing the anthem as a prayer for God's blessing on our country, Jamaica, land we love. The words are not yet on the screen, but I think there are enough Jamaicans in the room to lead us, and Danny is going to assist me in leading the song. Can we have the words of the anthem up, please? We're going to have the words up so we can all join in. I think our anthem has been played so many times. Okay, the words, please. Okay, it's taking a bit longer. Okay, the words are up. Let's begin on the count of 2. 1, 2. Eternal Father, bless our land. Guard us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil powers. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defender, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us vision lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Thank you. Be seated. My name is Oral Khan, and I will be the Master of Ceremonies for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Jamaica is very honored to join with our partners, whom I will identify in a moment, to host the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change for the staging of this symposium, which is a key feature of the IPCC's outreach event to the Caribbean. We actually got on the way yesterday with a briefing of the Permanent Secretary's Board and with a special workshop for the media from across the island. This morning, we launched the special two-day symposium, and we have gathered you distinguished ladies and gentlemen from across the Caribbean to be here, to be a part of this event. There are so many important persons in the room that I would feel or take too much time to salute everyone in person. Well, let me start by introducing the members who are seated at the head table. I would first like to recognize Dr. Husong Lee, who is chairman of the IPCC, and he'll be addressing us this morning. Professor Dale Weber, who is closest to me, he is Pro-Vice Chancellor. He's also chairman of the Climate Change Advisory Board, and he has been a tower of strength in ensuring that this event could take place here today. And he will, in a short while, be bringing the official welcome. There are a number of partners who have joined with the ministry. The university, of course, is the main partner, and they have made this beautiful facility available to us, and they've backed us up with all the support that one could ever ask for an event like this. Indeed, without the University of the West Indies, this event would not be possible. And in a moment, we will receive the official welcome from the university. Seated next to Dr. Lee is Mr. Gerard Alleng, and he's a senior climate change expert from the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, through the PPCR and the project that is being implemented in Jamaica, the adaptation program and financing mechanism. They have provided funding also to support this event, and we're very honored that the IDB saw fit to join us in supporting this symposium. Dr. Ulrich Trotz, who is seated at the extreme end of the table, is Deputy Director and Science Advisor of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. And with the support of the 5Cs, we have been able to bring a number of participants from across the Caribbean. We recognize the important work being done by the 5Cs to advance awareness of climate change across the Caribbean region and to mobilize funding for the many projects which we have to undertake to ensure our countries are prepared for the impacts that we will face from climate change. Please welcome Dr. Ulrich Trotz. We have a very short program for this opening ceremony, and over the course of today and tomorrow, we expect that a lot of very valuable information will be conveyed about the work of the IPCC, about the importance of meeting the 1.5 degree temperature goal and not exceeding the 1.5 goal. We'll have important fora for our students, for young scientists, and for the business community. So these 2 days are very important days, but I'm not going to get into the program of activities for the 2 days at this time. I will now invite Professor Dale Weber to come and give the official welcome, and thereafter I'll do some more acknowledgements.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, Colonel Khan. Professor Archibald MacDonald, Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Mona campus. Dr. Hussein Lee, Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Dr. Thelma Krug, Vice Chair of the IPCC. Mr. Gerard Aleng, Senior Climate Change Expert, the IDB. Dr. Ulrich Trotz, Deputy Director, 5Cs. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, colleagues here from around the region and the world, colleagues viewing us here from around the world via live streaming, members of the media, friends, colleagues, good morning to you all. Let me start first by offering apologies for our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, who is currently in South Africa and otherwise would have been here to give you the greeting himself. Welcome to the Caribbean, welcome to the UWI, which is Caribbean, welcome to Jamaica, and welcome to the regional headquarters of the University of the West Indies. The UWI, being a regional entity, places great emphasis and importance on its regional responsibility. With 4 campuses encompassing 17 countries, we feel that our mandate is equaled only by our resolve to be a one university and acting collectively to address the needs of the people and governments of this region. From Bermuda to the north, Trinidad and Tobago to the south, Barbados to the east, and Belize to the west, all these countries have something in common, and that is climate change. It touches us all, and we all must be concerned. Research and development and innovation are the rudimentary principles of sustainable economic growth, and the University of the West Indies must play a lead role in the discourse on strategies and sustainable development for the region. As we come to the end of what is our current strategic plan, where there were 15 research items of priority, I'm pleased to note that 9 of these are already under research priorities within the University of the West Indies. Agriculture and food security, biodiversity, governance and management of the Caribbean Sea, health and wellness, natural hazard management, renewable energy, sustainable tourism, education, and climate change within itself. And even as we embark on our new strategic plan, which is the 2017 to 2022, access, agility, and alignment are important features, and climate change will again be a pillar of our research. We think the debate is now over. We can set our minds to more productive tasks. However, we cannot stop the climate change impacts right now because we've inherited that from our predecessors. We do, however, owe it to our children and their children to do what we can to reduce and reverse if possible. When the UWI was asked to partner with the ministry to host the IPCC first Caribbean visit, and I welcome you again in that sense, the immediate chance appeared for the university to demonstrate access for the government to the UWI, for the UWI to align to the IPCC and the ministry's goals, and for us to demonstrate agility in doing so. Thank you, Colonel Khan, for making the overture, to Prof. Michael Taylor for opening the door, to you, Principal MacDonald, for accepting the challenge when we presented it to you to be the host campus, and Vice Chancellor Beckles for making the facilities available. I am your humble servant, just trying to put it all together. The IPCC presence here allows media and scientists to hear and discuss the fifth assessment report and to encourage the UWI academics to become more involved in the sixth assessment report, which you will hear more of as we go along. However, the UWI embraces this opportunity, and I invite you over the next 2 days to view the display downstairs of a sample of the climate change research and academic discourse, especially from the Mona campus, but from the entire university. You will see over 30 exhibits from 50 academics representing 18 different departments and research institutes at the Mona campus, and an impressive display from the library of what has been done and lists of referees throughout the Caribbean. You will see GIS at work in coastal resilience. You will see coral reef evaluation and restoration. You will see renewable energy facilitating research. You will see forecasts and crop production forecasts, climate modeling, and of course, climate change in the curriculum and gender and climate change. In fact, Dr. Lee, by your next visit to Jamaica, which we hope will be within a year or so, you will see a net zero energy building, which is being constructed. Groundbreaking was in July, and we hope to complete in another year or so through Prof. Anthony Clayton, partnering with UNEP. However, the question as to how these academic activities align with public and private sector is important, and it's a part of the IPCC vision. Fortunately, the Mona campus was able, during its research days of 2015, to demonstrate that the Climate Studies group at Mona, which was started by Prof. Anthony Chen, and now led by Prof. Michael Taylor, has conducted research over the last 20 years, which has been responsible for creating Jamaica's National Climate Change Policy Framework and Action Plan. Articulation of climate change division with the Ministry of Economic Development and Job Creation has integrated management plan within climate change sector across all institutions within ministerial responsibilities. Only yesterday, a team from the UWI accompanied Dr. Lee and Colonel Khan to meet with a select committee of permanent secretaries in what we thought was a fruitful policy implementation meeting. In that meeting, Prof. Johnny Igard from our St. Augustine campus shared recent findings, which I believe are in Assessment 5, that in response to climate change and sea level rise, from a cost-benefit analysis, planting of mangroves was actually a better and greater benefit than building seawalls. Green engineering gains a victory over grey. I therefore close by inviting colleagues at the end of today's information-filled activities to join us for a cocktail reception at the UWI's Port Royal Marine Laboratory. At this evening's reception, the Port Royal Lab will display, under the leadership of Professor Mona Weber, by a partnership with USAID, a 100% renewable energy research facility, where, partnering with the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica and the Forest Conservation Fund, one of only 2 mangrove nurseries in Jamaica, the other, of course, being at the Discovery Bay Marine Lab of the university, are providing seedlings for mangrove restoration island-wide, with an obvious example seen when you drove from the airport on the Palisados, where over 300 meters of that shoreline has been restored with mangroves already. We welcome all partners to the UWI, the Ministry, 5Cs, IDB, and from last night, Dell and Fujitsu, and all other partners who are here, and embrace the common goals as we all develop greater resilience together. Again, a special welcome to the IPCC as we celebrate our continued partnership, which we now share and nurture as we grow. Thank you very much, and good morning to you all.
Thank you, Professor Weber. The Honorable Darrell Vaz has joined us. I ask you to put your hands together and welcome the Minister. I've already explained some of the circumstances why he was a bit late. Last night at the launch of the Sparks project implemented by the university, we heard that that was a big deal. And I'd like to continue on that theme to say the hosting of the IPCC in Jamaica at this time, which is an outreach to the entire Caribbean, is indeed something very big for us. And we're really happy that the IPCC accepted the invitation of the government to come and stage this event here. And we hope for a very productive outreach event. I'd like to recognize some other persons. We have a number of representatives from foreign missions present here with us this morning, from Canada, from Japan, from Germany, from the United States of America, from Trinidad and Tobago. Excuse me for not calling the names. I would have difficulty and spoil the pronunciation of some of the names, and I wouldn't want to do that. But just to thank you for being here for this opening ceremony. I'd also like to recognize the many heads of agencies from across government who have taken the time to be here this morning. Thank you. We'll next hear from Mr. Gerard Aleng. He's from the IDB, and he is a senior expert in climate change and one of the drivers behind the projects being implemented in Jamaica with funding from the IDB. Mr. Aleng.
Thank you, Colonel Khan. It's always a pleasure to be in Jamaica to talk about climate change. It seems I've been doing this for the last couple of years, and now people are saying whether I live in Jamaica. Just a note, I did live in Jamaica for about 9 years, so I plan to have a small apartment for any time I come in. So Professor Weber, please arrange that. Good morning. Honorable Darrell Vaz, Minister within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Professor Archibald MacDonald, Principal, University of the West Indies. Professor Dale Weber, I always like to say that, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Graduate Studies and Research. We go back a long way, and that's why I can remember about this. Dr. Hussein Lee, Chairman of the IPCC, members of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure, really, to bring remarks on behalf of the Inter-American Development Bank at a symposium on the IPCC role, activities, and findings. As a major development partner in the Caribbean and Latin America, the IDB has been actively engaged for a number of years in supporting climate change efforts within our member countries. A signature program for us has been the Sustainable Energy and Climate Change Initiative, fondly known as SECI, which started in 2007 and provided grant resources to public, private, and even non-governmental entities in the region to implement projects on both mitigation and adaptation. We have been at it even before that for a long time on the efforts on climate change. Jamaica has been a recipient of this type of grant funding, and even other countries within the region, Trinidad, and even at a regional level. I know Dr. Schwartz may talk about that at some point. Our involvement and experience in this type of programming has facilitated our engagement in the implementation and scaling up of international climate finance, which has and is becoming a critical element in helping developing countries respond to the challenge of climate change. For those of you here last night and Oral spoke about it, about Sparks and the launch of Sparks. Remember one thing, or a couple of things. It's a big deal and it's a game changer. But it was this type of and it's an example of the type of resources, of type of funding or programming that was provided through global climate financing, and that was funneled through the IDB to the recipient entity at UE. We have similar funding programs in Jamaica, and a couple of people within the audience from the ministry, from your ministry, Minister Vaz, would bear reference to that, together with programs similar in Haiti and at the regional level. We've also been involved as an implementing entity of the Green Climate Fund, the successor of the climate investment funds, and have already have one major regional project being implemented, and there are a couple of more in the pipeline. We have also been involved at the policy level in the global discussions on climate change, including the various United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, conference of parties, meetings, and the result of this involvement, this year the bank committed to screen all our relevant projects for climate risk and resilience starting in 2018. We also set a target of increasing climate-related financing by 30% by 2020. That basically is an additional $4 billion within the next couple of years of what we are currently doing. It will be a challenge for us to achieve these goals, but to get there, we'll have to focus on implementation, on engaging our clients, particularly to engage them to meet the demands as articulated through their intended nationally determined contributions, to work with ministries of finance to align budgets and policy incentives for low carbon and climate resilient pathways, to increase efforts to attract concessional sources of climate finance in support of our clients, particularly through innovative instruments to capitalize new sources of capital, to integrate climate risk assessments and measures to identify opportunities for resilience within our operations. And especially within the region, adaptation and resilience is key, and we all know, we all are aware of this. I mention all of this to indicate that this evolution of our position on climate change has in part been undergirded by the efforts or work as that of organizations of the IPCC. And I think it will continue to evolve as our knowledge and understanding of climate change increases. In this regard, on behalf of the IDB, I would like to congratulate the Government of Jamaica and the University of the West Indies for hosting this really important symposium on the IPCC and highlighting the importance of its work and role in the arena of climate change. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Gerard, and we hope the IDB will continue its engagement with all the countries in the region. Our main NGO partner in staging this outreach event is Panos Caribbean. They don't have a speaking role this morning, but yesterday they were responsible for staging the media workshop, and I want to recognize the very important role that Panos Caribbean has played in supporting the hosting of this workshop. Put your hands together for Panos Caribbean. I said before that we had many very distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and I couldn't mention all of them. I do, however, want to mention two Nobel laureates from the Caribbean who we're fortunate to have in our midst this morning, Professor John Agard and Professor Anthony Chen. Put your hands together for them. These gentlemen have done very distinguished work on climate change, and they have been recognized for this internationally. Our next speaker is Dr. Ulrich Trotz, and as I said before, he is from the 5 Cs, one of our partners. Dr. Trotz, please come.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, protocol having been established, just for me to say how pleased I am to be here representing the Climate Change Center, the Regional Climate Change Center in Belize, and to be associated with this, what we consider very important event. I'd also like to join in welcoming the IPCC to the Caribbean. And a special word of welcome to Dr. Lee, the new chair of the IPCC. We hope that the visit of the IPCC will be a catalyst to Caribbean climate science, and that there will be a significant input into the chapter on small island developing states in the AR6, the next report that comes out from peer-reviewed literature from the Caribbean. Our other hope is that this visit promotes the improvement of the science policy interface in the region and helps us to inculcate a culture of fact-based decision-making for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. I'm very encouraged with a couple of events in the region. The first one being the excellent work being done here in the Climate Studies group at MONA, ably led by Professor Taylor. And we are about to see from them an output, which is a peer-reviewed paper, which will inform, hopefully, the special report on the 1.5 report that the IPCC is in the process of putting together. The other event occurred last evening. I was privileged to attend the launch of the Scientific Platform for Advanced Research and Knowledge Sharing, in short, SPARKS. And according to Dr. Taylor, it's a game changer. A game changer in that it significantly adds to the capacity of our scientific group to carry out the type of research that we need to carry out to inform future action in dealing with climate change risk in the Caribbean. We are particularly excited about the potential, and we look forward to the type of outputs that would start to give us the scientific basis for fact-based decision-making in the climate change arena in the Caribbean. Dr. Lee, I will take advantage of having your undivided attention to share with you a thought that I shared with the media sessions that we had yesterday. And what I said then, they advised me would best be repeated in your presence. And the thought is this: that over the years, the IPCC has done excellent work. The reports addressing the climate science, looking at adaptation, vulnerabilities, impacts, providing policy advice for our policymakers. But also over the years, there has been a lot of activity across the globe in responding for mitigation and adaptation. And what I would like to suggest is it possible that for the AR6, the IPCC considers producing a compendium of best practice for climate change adaptation and mitigation across the globe? Such a compendium, I think, would not only inspire action in countries that are looking for solutions to problems, but it will also inform action. And I would argue that the ultimate objective of those IPC reports, basically, is to catalyze action and response. And with that closing thought, I want to say thank you. Right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trotz, and I am sure that Dr. Lee has taken note of your comments. Just to mention a few more persons who are with us. We have, of course, the principal of the Mona campus, and we really needed his permission to be here, so I wanted to give him a big round of applause. Professor Archibald MacDonald, and also Pro Vice Chancellor for Global Affairs, Mr. Richard Bernal, who just joined us. Welcome. We've heard a lot. Now we're going to focus a little bit more on the work of the IPCC. And to do that for us, we're going to invite Chairman of the IPCC, Dr. Hoo-Sung Lee, to come and bring his remarks. Please make him welcome.
Thank you, Colonel Aral Khan. Your Excellency, Honorable Darrell Vets, Minister without Portfolio of MAGIC, Professor Dale Weber, Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of West Indies, Dr. Ulrich Trotz, Deputy Director of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, and Mr. Gerald Elling, Senior Climate Change Specialist, Inter-American Development Bank, distinguished guests and colleagues. I'd like to thank the government of Jamaica, in particular, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation for hosting this outreach event, and the University of West Indies for providing these fine facilities. As small island developing states, the Caribbean nations are particularly vulnerable to climate change, and so it is particularly appropriate that this event, bringing together all the nations of the region, is the major item on this year's calendar of IPCC's very ambitious outreach program. Besides producing the best science, the IPCC has a duty to help policymakers and other stakeholders gain an understanding of climate change and how to respond to it. We are meeting less than a year since the global community reached agreement in Paris on an accord to tackle climate change. The Paris Agreement has entered into force in record times, as you know very well. And earlier this month at COP22 in Marrakesh, parties started to work on putting flesh on the bones to make the accord reality. I'd like to tell you what the IPCC is doing to implement the Paris Agreement. In Paris, government asked the IPCC to prepare a special report on the impacts of global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius and related emissions pathways. Earlier this year, we brought experts together to scope out the report, and we signed off the outline, the table of contents, and structure in October. We are now recruiting authors to write the report, which will be delivered in 2018. Next week, we will convene experts to draft the outline of a second special report on climate change and oceans and the cryosphere. That will be ready in 2019. We will hear more about these two important reports over the coming 2 days of this outreach event here. Let me observe the following. The special report, Global Warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, will be extremely important coming in 2018, just before countries hold a facilitative dialogue to prepare for the review of individual ambition, the nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, which aim cumulatively to hold the warming to the Paris target of well below 2 degrees Celsius. The report on ocean is also particularly timely and of obvious relevance to island nations. Oceans cover, you know very well that 70% of planet surface, but have been somewhat ignored in the climate negotiations so far. But now some, not all, countries are including them in their NDCs. Paying attention to the oceans is particularly important for adaptation. Think of the risk to coastal settlements, but it is also important to mitigation. In 2019, we will also deliver a third special report on climate change, desertification, land degradation, sustainable land management, food security, and greenhouse gas fluxes in a terrestrial ecosystem, as well as an update to the 2006 IPCC guidelines on national greenhouse gas inventories. This will provide methodologies for countries to measure their emissions and removals of greenhouse gases. These up-to-date methodologies drawing on the latest sciences are essential for the transparency of the Paris Agreement. And of course, we will produce our next comprehensive assessment, the sixth assessment report, to be finalized in 2022, just a year before the first global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. We will hold the scoping meeting for AR6 in May next year, so we only have 5 months now to hear the views of policymakers as we design that report, which is very critical for the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Besides presenting our findings and the work of the IPCC to you, I hope that this event will contribute to an important goal, one of the important goals of IPCC, that is enhancing the involvement of developing countries in our work. We have already some excellent authors in the region, and you will be hearing from some of them in the next couple of days here. And I hope this event will encourage governments and observer organizations to nominate authors for the 3 special reports and our main reports, AR6. One of the aims of AR6 will be to close some of the knowledge gaps we have of climate change at the regional level. As you know, the IPCC does not conduct original research, and we assess the published research of other scientists. I hope experts from the Caribbean will publish research on regional topics across the full range of disciplines in the coming years that we can draw into our assessment. And once work on the reports has started, you are all encouraged to register as expert reviewers to contribute to the development of the drafts. We rely on your intellectual capital to support the scientific findings, our effort to draw the best available science in climate change, vulnerability, adaptation, and response measures. I believe that the suggestion made by Dr. Volz a few minutes ago is a very valuable one, and in fact is perfectly in line with the emphasis to have more information about at the region level of climate change, adaptation, and mitigation levels. And we take note of his suggestion very seriously, and we will do our best to implement such a suggestion in our upcoming reports. Let me close by looking at some of the topics we raised in Marrakesh, which may stimulate some of our discussions here. In Marrakesh, as you may imagine, one of the common questions there was whether political developments in some parts of the world could hinder the global community in responding to climate change. My view, scientists' view, is that values and political beliefs may vary, but science is the common ground where these conflicting views can find a common understanding. I expect that the role of science will be more important for the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Other questions revolved around the relationship of climate and development policy. I want to emphasize that it is important as countries invest in infrastructure, which they will do regardless of climate change or not. They do not lock in high carbon infrastructure that may put stabilization of climate change out of reach. Today's decision on infrastructure investment will have a long-lasting impact on what we do in 20 or 30 years from now. Today's decision on infrastructure, you make decision on infrastructure, will determine what kind of climate we will have now and the future. Some people argue that mitigation is too costly an option, but responding to climate change is not an either-or choice for a country. It's part of its development strategy. You all know that. And the fifth assessment report showed that under cost-efficient scenarios that hold warming to 2 degrees Celsius by the end of century, economic growth measured by the consumption loss will be about 0.06 percentage point a year. That means that if you expect on the business as usual scenario, economic growth will be something close to 3% per year throughout the rest of the century. And by taking this mitigation action to hold the warming to below 2 degrees C, your annual economic growth will be somewhat close to 2.94% per year. Now, business as usual, that is doing nothing, project a 3% economic growth. That's what the most of models indicates to the end of the century. But that is hardly consistent with warming of 4 degrees Celsius or more. In fact, I would argue that business should be very far from usual in a 4-degree world. There's some literature not yet assessed by the IPCC, but you may find that that literature suggests that for every 1 degree warming, growth will be every 1 degree warming growth. The economic growth will be reduced by about 1 to 2%. We need to improve certainly our understanding of the costs and benefits of mitigation. For instance, looking at the cost of mitigation compared with other activities that generate a given volume of economic growth. I expect AR6 will look at this very keenly. Lastly, we know that in many countries, policymakers are still struggling to explain to people that the threat of climate change and now how it affects their everyday life. Here, too, IPCC has something to contribute. That is why we are looking at how to work with our new authors to encourage them to produce their summaries for policymakers in clear, accessible language for non-specialists, and why we are working with academies to help them develop educational materials based on our reports. I hope this meeting, this outreach event, will contribute to a better understanding in the Caribbean region of climate change and help policymakers at all levels develop their responses. I also look forward to the discussions we will have so that we can draw on your insights in our coming work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for those remarks. Certainly, consideration of mitigation and adaptation options are not optional. And I think in Jamaica's case, our Vision 2030 National Development Plan has given good consideration and have incorporated those actions to ensure that Jamaica becomes resilient to climate change. We take your words very seriously, and over the next 2 days, again, we'll see what more we can do and learn from all the reports which will be presented. The Ministry of Economic Growth always tries to include the youth in whatever we do. This morning, we have students from the Immaculate Conception High School who will be performing an item for us. So I invite the students to come at this time from the Immaculate Conception High School. Please welcome them.
so. Hot so. Oh, my hot so. Yo, my hottie. My friend, you're not hot. Temperature turn up and the plants them burn up. Water level rise, so you know appetite. The place. Hot so, oh my hot so, hot so, oh my hot so, hot so, oh my hot so, yo my hottie, my friend, you're not hot. Temperature turn up and the plants them burn up. Food and shot, that's why we are starved. Water level rise, so you know me not tell no lie. The place up flood out, my house, my carrying under the mud. Hot so, oh my hot so, hot so, oh my hot so, hot so, oh my hot so. The time auntie. My friend, you're not hot. Turn on the AC, turn on the fan, so turn on the TV. Me not understand you. What? Light bill cheap, so you know my have to burn it. Water run free, so you know my have to done it. Oh, so are you the problem? Me are the problem? Yes, you are the problem. Who are the problem? Are you help cause the problem? You need to cool down, come go to the beach. Well, we can't go to the beach no more. Oh no. No coral reef to protect for sure. Oh no. Like a shipping money gone for sure. How come? We have come in and the tourists them gone next door. Lie. You want your country for poor? Fisherman nah catch no fish and that's why them they assure. The GDP a drop and the poverty a soar. In other words, you can't buy a weave no more. Wait, stop, hold on, pause that. What does my wasting energy have to do with the temperature increasing and most importantly, my hair? Your air spray and the AC and make the CFCs arise. Climate change is a problem, you know, and the effects them not nice. The energy you are waste, the whole of we are pay the price. The whole of we are pay the price, you know. The energy where you are waste, my girl. Let me tell you something. You need to stop doing what you do, my girl, and try to make Jamaica a better place. Well, I not waste energy. No more. I not drive, got a car in a store. Oh no. Jamaicans we need to see it for sure. Oh, climate change is a problem we can't ignore. We not waste energy, no more. We not drive on the corner store. Oh no, people, we need to see it for sure. Oh, climate change is a problem we can't ignore. You have just heard Hot Soap by Shania Francis.
So, and who is Shania? Okay, so you're the author of that. I know those who are not from the Caribbean may have a problem with the translation. But that presentation has said to us that our youth, they get it. They understand the implications, the problems that we face, and some of the things that we can do to help to address the problem of climate change. So thank you very much to the students from Immaculate Conception High School, and conjure thanks to your principal for letting us come this morning. Our keynote address this morning will be presented by Honorable Darrell Vaz, Minister without Portfolio in the Super Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Mr. Vaz.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for being a few minutes late, but you'll all understand that we had some events in the last 48 hours that have kept me a little bit out of Kingston. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here to officially open this two-day symposium by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, hosted by the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation in partnership with the University of the West Indies, the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, and Panas Caribbean. I want to add my own welcome to the IPCC, which, as you have heard, the body that assesses the science related to climate change and provides policymakers like myself with regular updates on the impacts, future risks, and best options for adaptation and mitigation that suit our unique situations as small island developing states. Since climate change is a multi-sectoral issue, I'm especially pleased to see that today's participants represent a wide cross-section of agencies and sectors. I sincerely hope that many of you will be staying on for the workshops. Let me first of all take this opportunity to extend best wishes for a very productive symposium and to thank you all for your commitment. Gathered here under one roof are policymakers and leaders representing a spectrum of sectors, from academia to business, education to infrastructure development, health to services sector. I urge you all to arm yourselves with the knowledge of threats posed by the impacts of climate change and how we can act to lessen and perhaps even reverse these impacts, not only on our bottom lines, but on our lives. The workshops are timely, coming as they do on the heels of the 22nd Conference of Parties to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change recently held in Marrakesh, Morocco. No other than the Honorable Prime Minister led the delegation from Jamaica that participated in discussions under the banner of Alliance of Small Island States, and I was heartened by the level of representation and dedication, not only from the AOSIS, but by developing and developed countries around the world in ratifying the Paris Agreement to strive to achieve its stated goals. We must all understand and appreciate that the time for action to combat climate change is now. If we do not take the steps to adapt to and to mitigate climate change, our current and future experiences and the impacts on all sectors will be devastating and in many cases irreversible. Given the number of records being broken each year for temperature, rainfall, drought, and tropical cyclones in many parts of the world, it is imperative that the necessary actions be taken and taken quickly. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has said that the evidence for human influence on climate has grown since 2007. Since 2007, the fourth assessment report. It is extremely likely that human influence has been the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century. There has been several developments since the fourth assessment report, and I look forward to hearing the findings from the fifth assessment report from the IPCC with regards to global adaptation and mitigation, and in particular, those findings that are pivotal for our region. The reports also highlight the importance of significantly reducing global man-made emissions of greenhouse gases to ensure that the future temperature increases can be kept well below 2 degrees Celsius, 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, above pre-industrial levels, and preferably below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The motto that was adopted during COP21, 1.5 to stay alive, brings focus to the threat that countries will face from severe climate impacts if emissions continue unabated. Indeed, experts are already warning that the current level of warming are already causing impacts beyond current adaptive capacity of many countries, particularly small island developing states like ours, and there will be significant residual impacts and losses even with the targeted 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are aware that there are gaps in the research coming out of small island developing states to inform these studies. We also appreciate that there is no need for a collaborative approach with researchers in other SIDS to address these gaps and ensure that the reports that are generated truly capture the impacts being experienced and those that are likely to be experienced. However, we do know that any major shifts in weather severity and patterns could mean a significant loss of gross domestic product for Jamaica, and indeed, we are no strangers to this. As far back as 2006, Jamaica recorded a 7.3% loss to GDP as a result of the impacts of climate change. The figures for what disasters have caused to Jamaica alone are alarming. According to the IDB ECLAC WWF report, between 2001 and 2008, Jamaica spent approximately $14 billion per year on disaster-related events. An Inter-American Development Bank report on Jamaica's catastrophe risk profile has also revealed that the country is at risk of average annual losses of $105 million due to hurricanes and other extreme weather events. We cannot sit by and allow climate change to derail our progress, so we must remain committed to the goals of the Paris Agreement. We have signed the agreement, and in our statement to the recent conference of the parties, gave our further commitment to finalize the ratification process and deposit our instrument of ratification in the short term. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our small size, vulnerability to climate impacts, and fragile economy, we also remain committed to doing all we can to reduce emissions. Jamaica is moving towards the implementation of green economy policies through increased investment in renewable energy projects and instituting energy efficiency programs. This is evident by the actions being taken to increase our renewable energy component. The Wigton Wind Farm, which is a clean development mechanism project, has recently completed its third phase of implementation and is one of several initiatives in renewable energy. Jamaica recently submitted our first biennial update report, a first among SIDS, representing an update of our national greenhouse gas inventories, including a national inventory report and information on mitigation actions, needs, and support received. Jamaica is preparing several sector strategies and action plans as we bolster our national adaptation planning processes. While we intend to do all we can to reduce our minuscule emissions footprint, we recognize that adaptation to climate change for us is a must. Integrating climate change considerations in our national development processes is moving ahead. This is evident by the work being done in addressing the climate change in our national development orders and through the review process for our policies, plans, and guidelines, and the preparatory work to address gaps in our national budgeting. The commitment of the government of Jamaica to build a green economy was underpinned by the launch of a green economy scoping study in March of this year. The scoping studies phase 1 as the assessment of a UN environmental program-supported regional project entitled Advanced Caribbean States, Sustainable Development Agenda through Green Economy. The sectors covered in the scoping study were agriculture, construction, energy, tourism, and water. These sectors were selected to be the first for examination under the project due to their direct impact on the environment as well as their contribution to the economic development of Jamaica. These sectors are also among the identified as critical sectors in our second national communications on climate change. We are currently engaged in the preparation of our third national communication on climate change, an extremely useful analysis of where we are in key sectors, and the identification of the challenges and opportunities that are available to us. Together, the selected sectors account for more than 22.8% of GDP and more than 33% of the employed labor force in 2012, more than 75% of water consumption, and some significant share of energy consumption. The information gleaned from this scoping study will form the basis for the implementation of projects that will result in sustainable use of the country's natural resources, provide decent jobs for working people, and develop practices that will allow Jamaica to become more climate resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that the world is transitioning towards a low-emission economy. Global energy intensity, the energy used per unit of economic output, has declined since 2010 at 1.1% per annum, or by about 14% over 10 years. The decoupling of emissions and growth is driven not just by the environmental and climate imperatives, but by the deployment of cost-effective technologies that help businesses save money. These decisions are enabled by technological progress. The cost of renewables has dropped significantly in recent years. Between 2009 and 2015, the cost of some solar modules fell by more than 75%. And as with most technologies, the price is expected to continue falling as production capacity and scale increases. The steady replacement of equipment with more efficient models has had noticeable effects. The International Energy Agencies estimate that 2/3 of the observed decline in energy intensity is due to improvements in efficiency. As more Jamaican businesses decide to go green, no pun intended, we can expect to see the microeconomic decisions manifest in the macroeconomy. As businesses become more energy efficient and as the supply of local renewable energy grows, energy demands falls and energy importation goes along with it. Ladies and gentlemen, much is being done, but there is still much to do, particularly at the grassroots level, in terms of enabling and empowering the poorest and more vulnerable among us, including our women and children, to adapt and cope with some of the most intense and often devastating weather events associated with climate change. Again, I must say that we are grateful for the work of our development partners who have been invaluable to our program of building capacity for climate change resilience. I must also thank the non-governmental organizations and our community-based organizations which have given us invaluable assistance in the planning and implementation of projects to build climate resilience into our day-to-day lives and activities. We fully recognize and appreciate the fact that we are all in this together. Our efforts must be collaborative and concrete, and they must be underpinned by a true desire to make our respective states as climate resilient as possible. I'm confident that the level of expertise within the IPCC will help us to identify our physical, social, and economic vulnerabilities, as well as highlight any gaps in planning a robust strategy to guide our climate change strategies and outline our various roles and responsibilities. I wish for you all a productive workshop and look forward to the outcome of your consultations and say to you, good luck, and let us move forward in finding a way for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister told us of some of the things Jamaica is already doing to prepare to face the challenge of climate change. And still there is a lot that remains to be done. One thing is clear, is that partnerships are going to be very, very important. And we thank those who have been partnering with us, our development partners who have stood by us and who continue to stand by us as we prepare to meet the challenge. This event is another example of partnership government, university, NGO, and private sector. Our main private sector partner in this event has been the Environment Solutions Limited. They will lead one of the panels this afternoon, this evening, when we have the special outreach to business. But this has been an excellent example of how partnerships can work to make things happen. Thank you very much, Minister. As you said, Jamaica is going green, but there is a way to go. We can't be comfortable with what has been achieved so far, notwithstanding the results of recent events. We still have much further to go in building a green economy in Jamaica. This brings us to the close of the formalities. I want to thank all our speakers for the time taken this morning to be with us here and to present the various addresses. I'm sure that you've all learned a lot. A lot more will be covered over the next 2 days. We're now going to be taking a break, and a press conference will follow immediately right here in this room. Those who want to stay back to hear whatever questions will be posed, you're invited to do so. But for the remainder, we are now going to take a break. During the break, you're invited also to view the poster display, which is on the ground floor. So please take some time to pass through and observe those posters, which are on display by students from the university. The next formal session will convene at 11 a.m. in this room. Thank you very much. At the head table, Professor John Agard, Thelma Krug, Usong Lee, Uname Gordon. Those earlier names represent the IPCC, representing the government of Jamaica, Ms. Uname Gordon, who is the Principal Director for the Climate Change Division. And on the extreme end, we have Professor Michael Taylor from the university. I'm inviting Danny to come and assist me with this section. I would like to know the media houses which are present, since I'm not so familiar with the media. Could we have an identification of the media houses? Where are we from? That's GIS. GIS, and which? Independent. Okay. All right. So the panel is prepared to field any questions, and members of the audience may also pose questions to the members of the panel. I don't know if the panelists would want to start out with a brief statement that may provoke questions, or if the media representatives are ready with their questions to put to the panelists. We have already heard quite a bit this morning in the opening ceremony, and so we are ready to go. Would you like to make an opening statement of sorts? Any member of the panel? No? Okay. Yes, please identify yourself and then pose a question.
Good morning. My name's Emma Lewis. I'm a blogger here in Jamaica. I wanted to ask about, one of my concerns is that the private sector is not fully engaged, perhaps in the Caribbean, in the region, or in Jamaica, I'm not sure. But I just get a sense that they're not fully on board with climate change issues and what to do next and where they can be going, where they can be taking actions and so on. So I wondered if this is really to any member of the panel, and in particular to the IPCC, how you would suggest this region really pulls the private sector into getting and galvanizing them for a green economy, as the minister just spoke about. But I want to see it more than just talking, but actual action. So I wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
Ms. Gordon?
Morning, everyone. Still morning, I think.
Use both.
All right. Thank you, Emma, for the question. Interesting question. You probably would know that this year, for the first time, we had a member of the private sector organization on our delegation to the Conference of the Parties, which was just held in Marrakesh. This is an opportunity for the private sector to increase their engagement. I would not say that they are not engaged. And the week activity, you may also know that we have a dedicated event, I think this evening as well, where we are having a conversation with the private sector this evening at, I think, 5:30 or 5 o'clock. And it is being hosted, our partnership in this event is the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited, the private sector organization of Jamaica, and a number of the large private sector companies in Jamaica have signaled their intent to be there to have that conversation. It's the start of the conversation or the continuing of the conversation that we would want to have with the private sector. One of the concerns that the private sector expressed when I engaged them earlier in the year was that, what's in it for us? And that's a question from the private sector. How does this affect our bottom line? So the IPCC is here, and we will continue the conversation this afternoon directly with the private sector. The participation of the private sector organization in Marrakesh will also be open for discussion, and the representative will give an update of the participation and the leverage that they expect to get from their participation. We hope that this is a continuing trend, that we will be able to engage the private sector some more, and that the participation itself and the influence that the COP and the decisions and so that came out of it is going to augur well for us and our relationship with the private sector. Thanks.
Question for...
I'm not sure if you wanted to hear what the IPCC was suggesting, the approach. Who will take that? Dr. Lee? The second part of the question was what suggestions the IPCC would have to help us to engage the private sector better.
I think there are a couple of aspects with regard to the private sector, engagement of the private sectors. And let me first indicate that how the business sector, private sector, can help the IPCC process. That's one element. And the second element is what you can do to improve the responses to climate change. And the first part is the scientific assessment body, and our major inputs to our process are coming from the science community. And we have become to recognize that we are at the point of increasing the inputs from the communities, communities directly related to these climate change issues. One of those is the business sector. And we wish to have their scientific embedded knowledge into our process. So the reason I indicate this is that we need to make certainly our outputs much more relevant, policy relevant. And here the policy relevance means policy relevant to all decision makers at all levels of stakeholders. That includes the business sector. And in particular, the process that is available for us is that in the scoping process of our assessment, we hope that the experts in the business world participate in the scoping process. And then next, also, if possible, we wish to have the lead authors from the business sectors. And the third, in the review process of our report, we hope that the experts in the business sector participate in that review of our reports. And but the second element, what you can do to improve this response measures, is that I indicated the way you make your decision about infrastructure investment, it would have a direct impact on the state of climate we will have. And I indicated the imperative of avoiding the locking in of high carbon infrastructure, and I hope that that message will get across to the business sector. And for that to be realized, obviously a measure of policy framework need to be installed. And IPCC assessments, for instance, in the AR5, elaborated on what sort of policy and measures can be facilitated for the sustainable business development.
Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think
Oh, sorry.
If we can also very, very quickly, and John also wants to say something, but I'm going to just compliment very quickly. Yeah, my mic is on. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, well, since I think that since Paris Agreement, when we had such some excellent outputs, one of my talks with the private sector is I see ourselves in a completely different momentum. And I see that, now we are going to have to see how the private sector is really brought into the discussion. We cannot expect to have, climate change being talked at the level that the governments are demonstrated that they want to go. The global goal of 2 degrees centigrade at most, and now we are discussing at 1.5. Impossible to think that, policies will do it. It will really require the engagement of all sectors. Obviously, we see that different countries will rely on different private sector, like say agriculture, energy, transport. So you're going to see every country has its own particularities that we require. But I think that now that we are discussing the 1.5 special report, we see that the experience sharing, the experiences of, implementing some technologies, and that the private sector is going to have a very extraordinary role in that as well. How do you go to implement that at larger scale? How to put scale into it? What are the barriers? Barriers is only money, or there are others? Their experience is going to be fundamental for us in building up not only this special report, but also the AR6 as a whole. So I think that indeed we are in a different momentum now, and we call on them.
I just wanted to add one more point, because if there are still any members of the private sector who haven't realized that they're paying already, they need to catch up. The cost of doing business has increased. Now, everyone pays insurance, and in insurance industry, as IPCC reports have noted, the premiums have increased because the actuaries have been keeping track of the data for many years and really have incorporated that into the risk, the cost of buying insurance. So in the Caribbean, for example, people will know that if they live in certain areas in the coastal zone, the insurers have refused to accept liability. You can no longer get insurance. If you own a yacht or a boat and you're in the Caribbean during the hurricane season, you have to be outside of certain latitudes because the insurers will not accept the risk. This was not always so. The actuaries have the data and know that something is going on. Okay, they have seen that the payouts have been increasing over decades, and they have incorporated that into the cost of buying insurance, and now they are refusing to accept risk in certain areas in the Caribbean. They are telling you there's no price that we will charge you, there's no amount of money they could pay us to take this risk. Okay? So the cost of doing business has changed. The game has changed completely. And if anybody doing business hasn't already realized that and incorporated that into their business strategy going forward, well, then they'll be out of business soon. Okay? So I'm just telling you, I think most of the private sector already knows that because they will see their premiums going up. Okay? So they have to make a response, come up with a strategy. Obviously, pursuing less than 1.5 is in their interest because they are paying already. And are they accepting those additional costs and reducing their profits? No, they're not. They're passing it on to everybody else on the street. Prices of their services and their goods are increasing. Okay? That can't continue indefinitely. So it has got to be incorporated in a real way to bring down the cost of providing services and goods to people.
Question for Dr. Lee. Good morning. I'm Desmond Brown with CaribbeanNewsService.com. Recent reports suggest that Jamaica may be looking to go in the direction of coal as part of efforts to satisfy its energy needs. I'd like to get Dr. Lee's take on this. Do you think it's a good idea?
You mean you are going to build coal-fired power plants? Is that it? Well, I'm not here to comment on the specific policies of a specific country. As you know, the IPCC is an intergovernmental body to deal with the scientific findings of the various aspects of climate change. And our assessments accumulated over the last 28 years clearly indicate that to achieve a climate stabilization, the first thing one has to do at this moment, right now, is to avoid locking in high carbon infrastructure. That is the scientific findings of our assessment, not only for AR5, but also AR4 and previous cycles. So now, why this statement of avoiding the high carbon infrastructure is so important? It is because the life of infrastructure is very long. And second, as you read from the Paris Agreement, it says that the world needs to have peaking of greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible. And then by the mid-centuries, the world needs to have a net zero emissions balance. So all this means that the countries will have to be very careful about making their infrastructure investment. And our scientific findings are very clear that avoiding the locking in of high carbon infrastructure is the most appropriate, is the most necessary thing to do at this moment.
Question in the back, Mr. Marlon.
Dr. Lee, you are the new incoming chair of the IPCC. Could you tell us a little bit of what your plans are for the coming years? In particular, I would include how to get the Caribbean more participatory in the work and the meetings of the IPCC, because I know a lot of the countries do not attend. And then my second question is to Professor Taylor and Professor Agar, is that what is it that the scientists in the region will be doing to ensure that the impacts that we are feeling here in the Caribbean is captured in the special report, but also the sixth assessment report, given the experience that we just had with Hurricane Matthew? Thank you.
The IPCC rules and procedure, the first item of that procedure is that IPCC works in very close relation with the UNFCCC. And as you know, the Paris Agreement is entered into force, and therefore what is important at this moment is how to help scientifically the implementation of the Paris Agreement. And it is very important for us to provide a robust scientific findings so that the implementation strategies of Paris Agreement be based upon science. That's our goal and that's our mandate, and we will accomplish that. And the second, with regard to the regional aspect, we very much wish to have a scientific inputs increased from the Caribbean region, along with many other small island countries. And Thelma Clark indicated the importance of 1.5 degree the special report. And as you know, the most important part of that study is the impacts related to 1.5 compared to 2 degrees Celsius. And obviously the impacts will occur in the small island countries, and the other related areas will have a great deal of the implications for the climate change policy around the world. And regional aspects is one of the key emphasis that our upcoming cycles will handle. And by the way, the policy relevance really means what we do know about what's happening in the region. And the IPCC will give a very special attention to increase our understanding of the regional climate change issues.
I think we have time for one more question. The next session is scheduled to start at 11.
I think there was a second part to the question.
Sorry, yes, after.
Very briefly, you spoke about the Caribbean in particular. So there has been an effort to try and encourage the publication of papers on, comparing the 1.5 and the 2 and so forth, various scenarios from the Caribbean. This has been going on for years. I think Professor Taylor has mentioned this. Even during the 5th assessment, IPCC, the Scenarios TSU had helped to organize a meeting at the 5Cs in which young scientists from the Caribbean and from the Pacific came and were mentored by more senior scientists, those who were doing research that we thought would have been useful publications. So quite a few of those have been published from young scientists. Also, there was a writing workshop organized at Cave Hill that the Stockholm Environmental Institute helped to catalyze, provided funding as well. Professor Taylor was one of the mentors. A number of young people from the Caribbean were invited, young scientists who had done enough work that were close to publication, and they had lectures and they sat with more established scientists to help them to yield up the papers to publish. This is during AR5 in anticipation of the upcoming assessment so that there would be stuff in the literature that could be cited. Also, there have been a number of projects in the Caribbean in which, Professor Taylor and I, for example, were involved in one that was sponsored by the European Commission. We started that during the 5th assessment, in which downscaling was done for the Caribbean. The outputs were fed into other models on the effects of agriculture. Professor Taylor had a student, Dale Rankin, now PhD, working at effects on sweet potatoes and so forth for different scenarios. We looked at effects on cocoa in Trinidad, coastal erosion, water availability in Barbados. So all of those things now, our expectation, many papers will be published in time to be cited, and they have particularly looked at 1.5 versus other scenarios and the potential impacts on the Caribbean. Okay, so those will be published in time to be cited, to be available to be cited in the special report, emphasizing the 1.5. So we have been ahead of the game in anticipation, okay, to make sure that it can't be said that there is nothing from the Caribbean. So Professor Taylor.
Right, and the thing that I would add is that Caribbean scientists have not sat down and waited necessarily on the IPCC. We have been quite proactive. There are a couple of things we could cite. For one, we have had what we call a Caribbean Modelers Consortium that has existed for the past 10 years, which is a collaborative effort across several Caribbean countries with great help and coordination coming out of the 5Cs in Belize. Several countries, several universities that has set a science agenda, climate change science agenda for the Caribbean, which we're coming to the end of the first 5 years of that science agenda, and which we are now planning another 5-year agenda, climate science agenda. Are we recognizing the fact that, boy, we have limited resources and it's collaboration that is going to enable us to achieve? It's under that kind of consortium that we have envisioned this new Caribbean 1.5 project, even before, again, the special report. And just to say a little bit about the Caribbean 1.5 project, it's a collaborative initiative, not only of the physical scientists, but also the social scientists. So it brings in water and health and energy and agriculture and economy. And all of this is aimed at producing the kind of work, the papers, but also the kind of summary for policymakers, also the key messages to guide our thinking when we begin to think about the 1.5 project. And that is already underway with the first papers that are to end up in the peer review process, just about to be submitted. But, the Caribbean scientists have not sat down and done nothing. Maybe we are the best kept secret that's out there. And, that last 5 years of that Caribbean Modelers Consortium, I was trying to think in my mind, we have put in the peer review literature perhaps 30 to 40 papers to ensure that Caribbean science is represented at the global stage. So the scientists are doing, trying to move the effort ahead within the region.
Okay, I think that is about all we have time for, unless there's a pressing question that cannot wait. But I think there will be question and answer sessions in the other workshops. That any question that is unanswered, no. question that is not posed now could be posed during the workshops. So I want to thank you, the medium, and I want to thank the panel for fielding the questions this morning. Thank you very much. We now prepare to move right into the next workshop, which will look at the AR5 and the upcoming special report on the 1.5. if you don't mind, to come forward a little bit. I'm going to be going outside to shepherd in some more people for the start because they're taking an extended break. Jonathan is going to be guiding us through this session. So, Jonathan, I'm inviting you to take charge while I go and muster some folks to join us.
I'm going to leave my notes over here, my cheating notes. You abandoned the cheating notes? Well, yeah.
Hello everybody, we're about to start.
So, good morning again, everybody. I'm Jonathan Bin. I'm the head of communications at the IPCC, and I'm not only moderating this session, but I'm giving the first talk in it. And we're still easing our way towards the science in this session, because I'm going to be giving you a very brief introduction to what exactly is the IPCC and how does it work. And then I'm going to be handing over to Thelma Krug, who's the one of the vice chairs of the IPCC. And she's going to be talking about the IPCC's forthcoming work programme, with particular reference to the sixth assessment report, but also particularly the special report on 1.5 degrees, which she's particularly well qualified to talk about, as she was the chair of the scientific steering committee which organised the scoping meeting that drafted the outlines of that report. But before we get onto that, I'm going to give you a little talk on the IPCC and how it works. Just to put the rest of the day's discussions into perspective. So I'm going to, metaphorically changing hats, and going to move over that. I thought it would be worth, before we get into a discussion about the science, I thought it would be useful to have an understanding of the role the IPCC plays in developing the science and in climate policy. So just a little background information for you. The IPCC was set up 28 years ago, I think, 1988, by two parts of the United Nations, the United Nations Environment Programme and the World Meteorological Organization. And at that point in the 80s, for some years by then, there was a growing awareness of the climate. The climate was changing, and this was causing a problem, and governments needed to know what to do about it. But they needed to, whatever they did, the policies they needed to do, they needed to do those on a scientific basis. They needed hard scientific evidence. And so those two United Nations organizations, those two UN bodies set up the IPCC as an organization of governments to tell policymakers at all levels, national, municipal, local, what we know and what we don't know about the science related to climate change, the impacts of climate change, its future risks, and options for tackling it. It's very important to understand a few things about the IPCC. So, firstly, you can see from that description of the procedures up there, it's not just a body it's not a body that covers only climatology, that covers only atmospheric physics. As we've already heard in the opening session this morning, it covers the full range of scientific disciplines that affect areas that are touched by climate change. So we, as you heard, we bring in not only physical scientists but life scientists looking at biology, botany, and social scientists looking at economics, politics. In the last assessment report, the fifth assessment report, we even had a philosopher from Oxford University on the team who helped us look at issues of equity and so on. So the work of the IPCC is to give governments information about everything that is touched by climate change. It can be health, it can be agriculture, transport, energy policy, disaster risk management, the full range of human activities and the full range of science that's involved with those. So that's one important thing to realize, the scope of what we're doing. Secondly, it's important to understand that the IPCC is objective, it's neutral. Our job is to be, as we say, policy relevant, but not policy prescriptive. So we don't tell governments what to do. We look at the information that's there, and we provide. We tell government this is the state of knowledge of the scientific community, but we don't say as a result you must do this or you can't do that. You heard this morning that the chair very carefully not telling the Jamaican government what it should or should not do as far as energy policy is concerned. We don't tell governments what to do, but we do lay out what the scientific community knows are the important things to do if we want to follow particular policy goals. One way of looking at the role of the IPCC is to think of us as map makers. So we produce a map for policymakers that tells them this is how you can get to where you want to go. Say you policymakers have set a goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. That's not a target set by the IPCC, that's a target that you governments, you policymakers have set. We, the IPCC, will show you how you could get there, the different routes you could take, the different options you could follow. But it's up to you as governments to decide what's best for you in your individual circumstances, which route you're going to follow on that map. So we're objective and neutral. We don't have a particular angle. We don't have a particular agenda. What we aim to do is to show where there's agreement in the scientific community, but also where there's disagreement, where there's controversy, and also where there are gaps in knowledge, where more research needs to be done. Something else that's very important, and that leads into this point, is that the IPCC is not a research body. We don't conduct our own original research. We don't do scientific research. We don't measure climate. We don't measure the weather. We don't produce scientific models. Our job is to assess the scientific work of other people. In other words, to bring all that together to give governments, to give policymakers and indirectly then other stakeholders an understanding of the state of knowledge of the scientific community. Now, why is there a need for that? And that comes back to why the organization was founded in the first place. It's because, think about it, every year there are literally thousands of scientific papers related to climate change published every year. It's impossible for any one person, and in many cases any one government, to keep on top of all that information. So the role of the IPCC is to look at all of that, to assess it, see where there's agreement, where there's disagreement, where there's room for more research, and then inform policymakers about the state of knowledge as represented by all that research that we've assessed. So. Now, as I said, we're an organization of governments. Look at the name of the organization. It's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So sometimes people criticize the IPCC for being political. Well, to the extent that we're an organization of governments, we are political, but we're set up to do a job for governments and to provide governments with information they need. But it's the scientists who produce that information. And the IPCC represents a unique kind of deal between, it's not unique anymore because some other organizations have been set up, like IPBES, which works in the field of biodiversity, actually modeled on the IPCC design. But this at the time unique model says the governments say, you scientists, we will listen to what you tell us and we will bring that into our policy and base our policy on that if you do things according to our rules. So we're going to run the show, we're going to set the budget, we're going to tell you which reports we need to have done, we're going to approve the running of the organization, but then it's over to you scientists to come up with the findings and we'll listen to those. So it's a unique process, and that means that an IPCC report is incredibly strong, because not only do the scientific findings reflect the entire knowledge of the scientific community. So if you like, the full scientific community globally is behind it. But every government in the world, or every government that's a member, which is effectively every member of the UN, so we have 195 members, have also signed off on those reports, because as part of the UN system, we work by consensus. So if a government doesn't object to something, then it goes ahead. So when you look at an IPCC report, every single government has backed that. So it's very, very strong. It's got the political power and the scientific power. Now, those governments, there's 195 governments who attend full plenary sessions of the panel every once or twice a year. They elect a bureau every 5, 6, 7 years to manage the production of the reports, the preparation of the reports. Those are scientists from all around the world. It's done on a sort of geographical basis. That includes the chair of the IPCC and the vice chairs. And that bureau, apart from the bureau, the chair and the 3 vice chairs are overall in charge, but then it's divided into working groups which look at different aspects of science. So we have 3 working groups which you can see here. So working group 1, which deals with the physical science basis of climate change. Is the climate changing? How do we know? What's causing it? What's going to happen next? Working group 2 deals with, working group 2 deals with impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability. So if the climate's changing, as Working Group 1 tells us, what's that doing to human society? What's that doing to nature? How can we adjust to those changes? Working Group 3 looks at the mitigation of climate change. So we know from Working Group 1 that the cause of climate change is emissions of greenhouse gases due to human activity. What can we do to stop that? What policies do we need to take to reduce and maybe stop those emissions? That's Working Group 3. And then there's a 4th bit, the Task Force on National Greenhouse Gas Inventories. What they do is produce methodologies that allow countries to measure their greenhouse gas emissions and their greenhouse gas removals through sinks, such as forests and so on. Because if the result of Working Group 3 is we need to control our emissions, then obviously we need to be able to measure those emissions and see how we're doing. And that's particularly important under the Paris Agreement. This is one of the areas where the IPCC is really linked up with the Paris Agreement, because under the Paris Agreement, as you probably know, there's an overall target for everybody. We want to keep global warming below less than 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels, and if possible 1.5 degrees. But that's not a top-down target. Every country, every party to the UNFCCC has come up with its own commitments, pledges to help reach that target, known as nationally determined contributions. And under the Paris Agreement, those contributions are going to be reviewed every 5 years to see whether we're on track to meet the overall target and whether we need to ratchet them up. Well, we almost certainly will have to ratchet them up, but how much we need to do that. And so being able to measure the emissions of each country and see what progress each country is making on a level, with everybody using the same methodology, so it's a level playing field. That's very important to the transparency of the whole process. So, well, basically, what does the IPCC do? What we do is we produce reports. And we produce, every 5, 6, or 7 years, we produce a comprehensive assessment report. It looks at the full range of things that are affected by climate change. We've done 5 of those now, finished the last one in 2014, which was a major input into the Paris Agreement. We're just starting work on the 6th assessment report right now. And we also produce, in between those big blockbuster assessments every 5, 6, 7 years, we produce special reports on topics that governments ask us to examine. So at the moment we're looking at 1.5 degrees, at oceans, and another one on a whole load of land-related issues. And as I just mentioned, we produce methodologies and software for countries to measure their emissions, and we also do technical papers as well. We talked about the inventories, the methodologies, which we're also in the process of updating. You'll hear a bit of that probably from Thelma. And we also organize expert meetings and workshops because we, as you heard earlier this morning, sometimes it's helpful for us to contribute to the scientific community's work, to stimulate work in particular areas, or we know that we're doing a report and we know that there are research gaps in that report, so we bring scientists together to help generate material that can contribute to that report. So for the fourth assessment report, which was finished in 2007, which really sort of struck a chord and raised global awareness of the problem of climate change, we were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize together with US Vice President Al Gore. Important to know that it was the IPCC as an institution that was awarded that prize, not any individuals in the IPCC. The fifth assessment report, as I say, completed in 2014. It's thousands and thousands of pages long. It's in 4 volumes, one for each of the working groups there, and then something called a synthesis report, which brings the main points, not only brings the main points together, it doesn't cut and paste, it actually synthesizes and integrates it all into one more sort of user-friendly document. There's a lot of material in there, but the key messages could be distilled into this. We know the climate is changing and that humans are behind it. We know that it's already causing problems, impacts, damage, and we know that if we carry on like that, it's going to get worse, maybe seriously worse. And we also know that we can do something about it. So those are the key messages of the last assessment report. What are these reports used for? Well, I've already talked about how the reports are designed to help policymakers at all levels, governments at all levels, develop solid science-based policies. So they're very important for national and local policy making. But also, as I've mentioned, they feed into those international negotiations on climate change, like the Paris Agreement. And part of the Paris Agreement is that future developments in that agreement, reviews of the nationally determined contributions known as the global stocktake, that the future reports of the IPCC will feed into those reviews. So we're sort of, again, part of that whole system. And as I say, we've done 5 of those big reports so far. The first one actually led to the creation of the UNFCCC and subsequently the Kyoto Protocol, and the last one, which led to or was the major scientific input into the Paris Agreement. That wasn't just negotiators coming together and arguing about their national interest. They had detailed, heavy presentations from IPCC authors so that they could really understand the science and base the agreement on that. I don't think there's time to go in detail about how we produce our reports, but just to make a couple of points. Firstly, the IPCC reports are produced and prepared in a process of multiple drafting and reviewing. It's like a massive quality control process, or like a huge peer-reviewed process in a way, because the authors that we select, the authors that are nominated and are selected to produce it, prepare a draft. We bring in reviewers from the scientific community. Actually, anyone can be an IPCC expert reviewer. To be an IPCC expert, you just have to give a self-declaration of expertise. So when we call for experts, it's enough for you, any one of you, to say, I'm an expert, I've got something to contribute, and you can take part in that process, whether it's commenting on the whole draft, the whole structure of the report, or some individual points which you think is missing or isn't quite correct. And we really encourage people to do that. You don't have to be a published scientist to do that. You can be somebody working in government or business, or somebody who thinks they have something to contribute. And that's a very important part of it. That happens twice. We have 2 drafts that are open to review, one to expert review, the second one to expert review and government review, and then there's a third draft. The final draft is then or not the whole thing, but the summary for policymakers is then, which is the high-level document that digests maybe a 1,500-page report into 20 or 30 pages aimed at policymakers like ministers and so on. That's reviewed by governments alone. And then the final process is we have a plenary session of the IPCC where government representatives go through that final draft line by line to make sure that it's understandable, it's clear, it's consistent with the full underlying report. And they do that in dialogue with the scientists who wrote that report, because any changes that the governments ask for in the interests of clarity or whatever have to be signed off by the scientists. The scientists have the last word in that process. And something that we've talked about already this morning, and I'm sure we'll talk about again over the next 2 days, when we scope a report at the very beginning, when we discuss the structure of the report, the outline, the table of contents, and we get input from governments about what they want to see in the report and scientific experts about what scientific literature is there that can be covered. When we do that, when we then, having signed off on the outline of the report, we then seek nominations of authors and select authors to write the report. We're very, very keen to get more involvement from developing countries in that. And I hope one of the outcomes of this meeting is that we get more involvement from the Caribbean region in our work. Now, when we get nominations in, for the fifth assessment report, we had 830 authors working on it together. We had over 3,000 nominations. So not everybody who's nominated is going to get selected. So although I'm saying we hope you're going to send us your experts to help prepare the reports, I'm not saying that's a guarantee that they'll be on the team. But what's pretty sure is if you don't nominate anyone, they definitely won't be on the team. So please think about doing that so that the interests and priorities of the region and that the particular knowledge of this region are reflected in our work. That's very important. Well, what else can you do? We'll learn about the IPCC process. You're doing that now. You can follow everything we do is on our website. It's a very transparent website. It's not maybe as user-friendly as it could be, but we're in the process of upgrading it, so that will get better, I hope. And you can follow us on social media as well. Everything we put out is there on Facebook and Twitter. And there are some links there. Now, perhaps what we should do is go straight into, unless there are any sort of immediate questions of understanding or anything, maybe rather than having a Q&A on me, go straight into Talma, and then we can have a general Q&A session at the end. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Yeah, okay. So, good morning, everybody. I hate when people assign me only 15 minutes to talk. They know it's impossible in first place. But I have been said, well, don't extend too much your talk so that you allow people to make questions. So I'll try my best in that direction. My presentation is going to be in two parts. In the first one, I'm going to talk a little bit and very briefly. I love the process, so I would really love to spend a lot of time talking about it, but I will not. And then the second part will concentrate more on how the special report on 1.5 is structured, as it came out from the government's adoption on the contents. It was a very interesting point that Jonathan made. Why do we need to have governments adopting something that the scope that the scientists have put together? Obviously, the governments are the ones that will say, well, the scientists are delivering what I need, because ultimately they are the ones that requested the report as well, and this came from a policy environment. And obviously, scientists have their own vision. Interestingly enough, if I could talk about the process, I would say that it was a very interesting synergy, I would say, between what the scientists came up as part of the Scopy meeting, where they had their vision on how to construct the special report, and the policymakers represented by the government representatives at the panel session last month. So it was really interesting. I will only strengthen some of the features of this special report. This special report, as I said, came from the policy world, right, the Climate Change Convention. And there, it was a specific invitation for IPCC to deliver by 2018. They have their own timings, okay? So this has an importance at 2018 when countries will do some evaluation of their efforts. Not evaluation the true way, but to see how they are doing. So this is going to be quite helpful. And they wanted this to be delivered by 2018, basically with two focus. Impacts of 1.5, and the other one is how to get there by 2100. Okay, so what are the pathways? What are the potential ways where we can lead to this 1.5 degrees centigrade? Obviously, IPCC, the panel, the same governments, when they received this invitation from the Climate Change Convention, they said, yes, we will accept the invitation from the Climate Change Convention, but we want this special report to be developed in the context of. And then that's what you see, all this part here, of strengthening the global response to the threat of climate change, eradication of poverty, and sustainable development. So this last bit here came from the governments themselves, which was quite surprising, because this is quite challenging, I must say. Challenging in many aspects. The first challenge that we had with this special report is because it's multidisciplinary. So it's unlikely many other of the special reports of the IPCC, and I would say even the assessment reports, these will really push into the integration of the three working groups. So all the decisions so far, all the scientists involved have been, from the three working groups that Jonathan has indicated how they are built. Moreover, when you're bringing the last part, you are calling for a broader participation of the social scientists. So I think that we have had in the Scopy meeting more social scientists than we normally have in this process. And this is also challenging. We'll talk about, the physical scientists talking to the social scientists and coming up with a scope that, pleases everybody, and in particular pleases also the government. So it was quite impressive. So talking very, very quickly, all the process of participants in the Scopy meeting, we had 86 participants altogether, and we had 45% of the nominations from governments, which were basically 600 nominations coming from focal points and also from the observer organizations, and focal points from the member states of the IPCC, which are basically 189. Only about 86 responded, with nominations, including Panama. And it was a very difficult process. From these, 45% came from developing countries. In the final selection of authors, we had 51% of developing countries' participation in the Scopy meeting. 27% were women, still underrepresented, I would say. 33% in the final participation in the Scopy meeting itself. 70% of the participants came from the academic world, research institutes, and the nominations, this corresponded to approximately 65%. When you're doing the selection, you have to really look for the whole expertise that was put forward to the governments when they are doing their nominations. There were 21 themes, expertise needed to address this special report. So they were listed, obviously, in the final 600 list. you had more in one area, less in other areas. But anyway, you have in the scoping meeting to have all this expertise reflected. So far so good. The next one, I have to do this, right? Yeah. Okay, so this basically gives you the statistics that I have provided you, where these nominations are coming from. So also you see the private sector reflected there. There was a question to us on participation of the private sector. So we did have them in the scoping meeting as well. I'm not going to talk about this, but this gives you a little bit of the flavor of the complexity for us to come up to the scope from the scientific point of view. So you have breakout groups. We have facilitated this to have very small breakout groups, 10 people that could interact, that then build up on this. So eventually, this is a whole process behind really coming up with a structure that is going to be brought to the governments for their adoption. So this was the final result from the scoping meeting as well. Governments really pushed us into having a very compact, let's say, special report. They don't want to have to read many pages and go over this and lose the focus. So in our vision, this is going to be a special report with at most 225 pages, and this also includes diagrams, tables, figures, and so on. You're going to see that you have, and then in my next presentation, I'll go into more details in this. So we have essentially now, from the government's point of view, five chapters. The scoping meeting had 6, and I'll show where this thing has been compacted into 5. But if you look at this, you're going to see that the most relevant in terms of number of pages is really impacts of the 1.5 in natural and human systems. And this was really a push, in particular from the small islands that want this to be a chapter that really concentrates on potential impacts that the 1.5 already can bring to the human and natural systems. The next one, very quickly, these are just a little bit of how this timing will go until the final approval in 2018, as I said. So you have processes of revision, and this is very important that the countries themselves are very engaged in reviewing the draft of the report that comes to the governments to be reviewed, because they can identify gaps, they can see where they are not reflected, and then we can, in the next round, build with these comments from the countries that come from the expertise that each, the academic and the scientific world and the governments themselves have. And then, so finally, I just want to make, this is how Jonathan said that this is going to be done, preparation with the 3 working groups. This, I'm going to leave, these overheads for anyone that wants to see, but I would like to stress a date that is important. That's October of 2017, which is the cutoff date of literature that is going to be introduced within the special report. That's a cutoff date, that's the limit of all the literature assessment that we can do. As Jonathan said, we don't do research. We do an assessment of the available literature. And it's absolutely important that we are very efficient in gathering all the knowledge, in particular coming from developing countries, in particular coming from the small islands that have so much pushed this special report to come forward. Because through their experiences, through their sharing their day-to-day experiences, what are the impacts that they're already feeling that might come from the climate change, from the natural variability, summing this up. Things have changed. We have heard this from most countries. In particular, small islands have been facing already some impacts that need to be shared and and also be reflected in the special report. So with this, I'll move to the second presentation very quickly, where you're going to see a little bit more detail of the structure of the special report. So Jasmine is going to put that on for me. Thank you very much, Jasmine. And so let's go. Chapter 1 is a framing chapter. And to me, this is a very important chapter because it talks a little bit of the narrative of this report as a whole. We started from really understanding what this 1.5 degrees centigrade means in the special report itself. So we are clarifying some definitions as well, including reference levels that can take you, since this report has to be done of 1.5 degrees centigrades above pre-industrial levels. How do you define these pre-industrial levels as well? From observations that you have that allow you to, start as early as 1750 or 1850. It depends very much on the literature that you have on that. So this chapter is going to be talking about all these concepts that we need to clarify at the very onset. So you have the key concepts here. And also very important, we don't want to replicate what we have in the last assessment report, the year 5. But this is going to indicate where we have the gaps, where the knowledge stopped when we had the cutoff date, and where we have improved in terms of scientific knowledge since the cutoff date of the literature in year 5 that we allow us to bring into this report. There has been some questions. Do we have enough literature? Do we have a lot of new knowledge that can be brought into this report? I would say that we have been hearing from scientists that yes, we have a suite of new knowledge that came since AR5. We will put everything that is available until the cutoff date, as I said. But obviously, we cannot miss that we have other opportunities also to go into more depth, which are the 2 other special reports that we are going to have on oceans and cryosphere and other on land-related issues. And finally, on AR6 itself. So this is a building up. This is not the only chance that we have to tackle the 1.5. And so in the treatment of uncertainty will also come from this part. So I think that it's going to be important to say where we are now and where, what the assessment of the climate system, what is the warming that we have today. And then I think that this is going to be a very important chapter, although it's not very lengthy. It has to be very focused. The next one is the chapter that on mitigation pathways that are consistent with the 1.5 degrees centigrade, and this is in the context of sustainable development. Is when we bring this on a more clear way. And obviously, I think that one of the key issues here in this particular chapter is to make an assessment of all the models and the studies that have been used in a very comprehensive way. So, and also, why some models and studies have been particularly chosen? What are the assumptions that have been taken? So, this, I think, it was what the scientists have on the back of their minds when they developed the bullet points for this that have been very, in minor elements, changed by the governments. And also, they are looking for an integration of top-down models and more regional and sectoral studies, which we say bottom-up, into this. So case studies here are going also to be important. So some clear messages that the scientists have brought in their perception of what should be there is also in the report of the meeting, which you can find, as Jonathan said, it's a very transparent site that we have. So the report of this scoping meeting is available, and also is a lot of considerations from the scientists themselves of how they saw these bullet points being more elaborated. As I said, they have been changed in very minor elements from considerations of the governments themselves. So the next one is the impacts of 1.5. As I said, this is the bulkiest chapter that we are going to have. So, and also we will address the adaptive capacity to manage the changes, and this should cover all the sectors, should cover all the regions. So key sectoral vulnerabilities, impacts, avoided impacts, and I think that there is a very important issue here on irreversibility, tipping points, and also the implications of different pathways on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability. Also, we are looking already for case studies in this chapter also to bring some of the already felt impacts in the different regions and different sectors. This chapter 4, this is the chapter that was that collapsed, let's say, put together two different chapters that came from the scoping meeting. So scientists have separated what they saw as strengthening the global response to the threat of climate change in one chapter, and the other one was implementation, of how we would do it. So one would be what, and the other one would be how. And the government said, well, why don't we just, put this into a single chapter that is now strengthening and implementing the global response to the threat of climate change. This is going to be a very, very, very important, and I'm going to cheat here, looking at some of my notes, because I think this is really a chapter that's important. Because it's going to be basically focusing on the current and emerging options that we have to limit the warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and also adaptation options related to these levels. One important thing that came from the meeting also was that through this chapter that now has both the strengthening and the implementation, we see the identification of processes or factors that could enable accelerating the transition to a climate resilient. Sorry, the word was missing. A climate resilient development pathways, and the synergies of these pathways with the sustainable development as well, eradication of poverty, and reducing inequalities. So this is really one point that has been quite stressed. It was the bending of the curve so that we could, accelerate the transition. How can we do this? Where are the options to do that? So in terms of this, there are three key words that I see in this chapter, which I summarize as barriers, challenges, and opportunities. How can we get there? So what is the pace of the technology's implementation and deployment? So identification of the technological barriers, challenges, opportunities, economic and financial implications or barriers as well, issues related to governance, institutional and policy, environmental barriers. All these elements are going to be here in such a way that we could, in fact, see how we could get to the 1.5 degrees. To me, it's going to be a very challenging chapter. And it's in this chapter as well that we see a lot of case studies, and this is when we see the importance of everybody coming on board in different ways, not only as lead authors, as we have mentioned, but basically some case studies from across the world are important elements here. What policy relevant lessons have been learned about how to implement change initiatives? Knowledge about whether these options can be implemented rapidly. Because in 1.5, you have the issue of speed, accelerating the transition. So how can these changes be introduced rapidly? And finally, how can they be brought into scale? So these experiences are going to be absolutely important in the sense of identifying how can we cope with all the elements of change that are needed to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming. And finally, the last chapter is the one that brings the synergies between the 1.5 global warming and the Sustainable Development Goals, the 27 SDGs, as we say. So this was one of the chapters that government thought that could be reduced so as to be maintained within the 225 pages that we said, not because they wanted it to be reduced, because they also saw that sustainable development is going to permeate, it's going to be a cross-cutting issue across the other chapters as well. So I think that this gives you a little bit of the overall picture of how the special report is being planned to be developed. And this, as I said, came very much from the scientific community, and it was adopted by the governments with very, very minor changes, in particular in respect with the page numbers that the scientists have not had time to indicate their preferred way forward. So with that, I think that I have provided a little bit of the meat so that we can dialogue, can answer some questions to both Jonathan and myself. So thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce this, and hope that we were going to have many inputs into this report from the region, and in particular from Jamaica. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Thelma. So we've got 25 minutes to go now until lunch, so we can throw this open to you, and we'd like to hear questions, comments, and if you do have any, please say who you are once we get a microphone to you, and there's a gentleman in the middle there. Say who you are and whether the question is for anyone in particular.
Okay, thank you very much. The name is David Smith. I'm the coordinator for the Institute of Sustainable Development at the University of the West Indies. And it's really a question just with regard to the report. Given the timetable you have for producing it, what would be essentially the deadline for publication for the material that you'd be able to take into account for that report?
Yeah, I think I'm going to answer that very, very quickly. Thank you very much for your question. The plan is the cutoff date is October 2017. So we roughly have, 10 months, almost a year, to submit that. I mentioned yesterday that there is one feature of this. We normally think that IPCC relies only on peer-reviewed literature. And that would make it absolutely impossible, I would say, for us to have the literature in place, especially that is being built, recently. It takes a long time for publication in peer-reviewed journals and so on. So the IPCC procedures do allow that we do not have necessarily to rely on peer-reviewed literature. And I think that we need to explore that, and please do go into our procedures. You're going to find a specific reference in relation to non-peer-reviewed literature that obviously have to have a minimum evaluation also in terms of having an abstract in English, but also an evaluation from the co-chairs and others that are in the group writing up for that particular chapter, for instance, to evaluate and clarify, if necessary so, issues related to that publication. So I think that's a good information that I would like to transmit to you all. Thank you.
And I think to clarify, we're talking there that October, that's the date for acceptance, isn't it, of for publication, not the actual publication?
Yes. Yeah, also, yes, thank you for reminding me that. It's also for the acceptance, but even that might be difficult in 10 months. So this is why I'm providing you a little bit of potential ways forward so that we could still benefit from publications that are still, in a stage that is not accepted or published.
Any more questions? In the third row. Yeah, there's a microphone coming to you.
Good morning, or is it afternoon? Good afternoon. My name is Marcia Perry-Ford. I'm from the Center for Marine Sciences here at the University of the West Indies. And it is my understanding, I've seen some literature say that based on the committed NDCs that the countries have committed, there is it will present a major gap between what we would like to achieve and what will be achieved by the end of the century for the 2 degrees. So I'm just wondering how this will fit into that overall context.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. IPCC didn't go through an evaluation, and I don't think that we will, from the indication from the governments themselves, into how much of the indices that have been proposed during the Paris Agreement will fit into what is needed, even for the 2 degrees centigrade. However, the Paris Agreement does indicate other ways. They are going to have reviews that are going to be systematic every 5 years, just to see if they are on track or not. Being in track or not is an evaluation that governments themselves will have to do. Based on the science that we are going to say where they should be, from scientific point of view, where you should be if you want to be in 1.5. If you want to be in 2, where you should be. So basically, that's the kind of information that governments use to support the decision-making process. So maybe increasing the ambition or saying, yes, we are on track. So this is something that I think that by 2018, that's going to be the first exercise that we are going to have from the governments, from the policy process, to evaluate that. IPCC doesn't really engage to say governments are on track or not on track. We don't really get into that seara. But we do provide them with all the scientific, all the scientific facts to guide their decision-making process. Jonathan?
Yeah, and we will be looking at the pathways that will be necessary to get to 1.5 degrees, so that's other material governments can work with. Yeah. Yep.
Well, I think that this report in particular, we stressed in Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, essentially the need to really bring the experiences that have been, and also local knowledge, communities' knowledge, indigenous people's knowledge. So all of this have really permeated the discussions, and I think it's going to bring, will enrich the report in many areas. In particular, as I see, if we don't have so much literature from developing countries coming, specifically for the 1.5, the really, results from modeling or other more, submitted literature. But the case studies is where I think that the developing countries, the regional knowledge, and if we can go into particulars, I think that's going to be the key issue for this report in particular. And we are really saving a lot of space to have that stories being told and experiences shared. IPCC doesn't recommend anything because it's really policy relevant but not policy prescriptive. So we see recommendations as being prescriptive in one side. But obviously, and also one concern that has been expressed, as I mentioned, is there enough literature there to address all these issues here? That's going to be a challenge when we start. So still we are relying on the understanding of those that have participated in the process to say, yes, there is much more than we had, or we had enough that justifies the special report. My concern specifically, in coming myself from a developing country, is do we have enough coming from developing countries itself, themselves? so that you give a balance from the views of the developed countries in the published literature, but you also balance with the experiences and also with the science coming from the developing countries. So I was absolutely thrilled, to hear there's so many experiences that have been in these 2 days shared. The network that Jamaica is doing, and other processes that will allow possibly a better communication of us finding where the literature could be. I think that there is, sometimes we miss this communication of where the literature is, because we cannot ensure that you have participants as lead authors or participating more actively in the process of building up the special report from each and every country. There are 195 member states there. So in principle, we cannot ensure that every single country is represented. But we do have to ensure that we have balanced information coming from the regions, all the regions. And that's what we are going to seek. And if we can have more specific information, that's going to be there.
And we've used case studies before, I think, in SREX, yeah. So the report on extreme events and disaster risk management and adaptation, that included case studies. I think also you mentioned indigenous knowledge, and that's a classic case where it doesn't have to be peer-reviewed literature. I mean, that's the classic sort of thing that we bring in under the so-called grey literature rules that you can see in the procedures. Any more? Don't be shy. I'm waiting for some choice about feasibility. So I was
thinking about negative emissions.
Okay.
We are just provoking each other here. Because, in AR, zero emissions by 2100. And then it was when we heard about the negative emissions, coming up, the reference to negative emissions. It's because you're going to have some committed already increase in the temperature, in the global warming. So you're going to have to rely on having to do something to sort of compensate those residual increases, let's say. And where these are coming from. And the AR5, I think it was too limited in the approaches that we had. We strengthened basically two things. We talked about carbon dioxide capture and storage in the production of bioenergy. So CCS, BECCS as they called, I think, BECCS as they called, bioenergy, with carbon CO2 storage, capture and storage. There was a lot of that in the AR5. And also we talk about large-scale reforestation projects that could also benefit in terms of capturing or removing through photosynthesis the CO2 from the atmosphere. Also, IPCC also acknowledges in the chapter mitigation, working group 3, in mitigation, the issues that may be related to forests contributing to mitigation efforts, because they are very vulnerable to climate change as well. So there is, I think there is a lot of room for us to explore how we could get negative emissions. And this is when the geoengineering technologies come up, the negative emissions methodologies come up. And I think this is a complete challenging world for us. The other day, someone came to me and asked the following. I'm going to repeat the question as it was posed to me. Is it moral? The word moral was used. Is it moral that you would be introducing potential technologies that have geoengineering technologies, which are quite ambitious, that have not been completely demonstrated in terms of impacts, in environmental impacts, social impacts, or mainly environment impacts? That was his question. And I said, well, if you have to make a choice of that, then I would say that moral comes also in terms of livelihoods. if we are threatening the livelihoods of people through climate change, that is one extreme, and in particular the most vulnerable people to climate change, then what is moral? Then that's a question that's pending. I mean, these are part of the challenges that we face. And then that is why IPCC was very cautious in terms of how geoengineering was addressed in AR5. So I think we have a challenge in front of us in AR6 to address maybe a little bit more, and let's see how the scoping of the AR6 comes up with this specific topic of negative emissions. I think there is a question.
David Smith, another question.
And I may have missed when it may have been covered, but I was just wondering about effects on particular types of ecosystems. I know you're going to have an impacts chapter, but for example, coral reefs in the tropics, there's work that indicates that a 2-degree rise in temperature would put all tropical coral reefs in danger of severe degradation, for example. And tropical coral reefs are particularly important, not just, say, for the Caribbean, where we have the second longest barrier reef in the world, but also because they provide an extremely important contribution to parts of our economy, because they're the basis of tourism, for example. And I was just wondering how much scope will be given to focusing on specific ecosystems, maybe corals particularly, but also mangroves and so on, which may be particularly at risk, one, because of their location in the tropics, and also two, because of their essential finickiness about climatic conditions.
That's a good question, and I don't think that we will leave anything behind if there is literature there. And coral reefs have already been one of the elements that we have been addressing consistently in the IPCC reports. Obviously, this is very much linked. When we have a very interesting chart in the AR5 that links the 5 concerns that IPCC have that have been demonstrated by the authors at the occasion. And one of those is the endangered species. Species I would be including all the environments that are at stake, even if your temperature warming is not as significant. So we are not looking at the models of 8.5, 4.5. We are looking even at impacts at RCP's 2.6, which was one of the models that would say you have significant mitigation effort. So I would say that obviously the lower your warming, the less impact you would expect on these species. But there are some that are already impacted, even small levels of warming. And biodiversity in many areas is one of these, that several species will not survive even at small levels of warming. So I'm absolutely sure that coral reefs have been and will continue to be one specific issue that we will address with a lot of concern.
Carlos?
Thanks, Selma. And to build on Dr. Smith's question, in 2019, I believe you'll be producing the report on oceans. Would that be also a special report that could cover issues like coral reefs, mangroves, fishing in the Caribbean? Because I think, and especially since we'll have an additional year, that may provide an opportunity for more Caribbean oceanographers to produce the kind of literature that would feed into the Oceans Report in 2019. What's the kind of timetable we have for that?
Well, thanks, Carlos. Next week, we are going to be in Monaco with the scoping of the special report on oceans and cryosphere. And obviously, it's from this scoping that comes how the scientists are looking at the elements that could be in this special report. And I'm absolutely sure that this could be one of the elements that they will identify. As I said, the impacts are not going to be addressed only at 1.5. We have to look in a broader range and see the comparison, what would be the avoided impacts. And this is why we sometimes are saying in this special report on 1.5, not only 1.5, but 1.5 in relation to what? To 2 degrees, so that we can assess avoided risks. And I think that's the message that governments need to have. What are the avoided risks for doing more mitigation, adaptation, and so on? So this is why when we say cost-wise, I think the costs are going to be much, much larger than if you don't go through the right path.
I'm just trying to take a guess at what the cut-off date for that will be.
For the oceans?
Yeah. It would be at the time of the third lead author meeting. So,
normally it is.
Yeah.
The last government review.
Yeah. So...
I'll take the message of the coral reefs to the meeting next week. And also I am sure that there will be people there also to, from the region that will have the same concerns. I share your concerns with the region and the potential impact on tourism. Yeah.
Just hazarding a guess, I think the cut-off date would be July 2018, but that's not definite. But just looking at the provisional timetable.
We have a little bit more time.
Yeah. We've got.
Talk about feasibility. Yeah.
Well, we
I'm provoking you.
Were you able to talk about it?
Well, if you want
Yeah.
to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, one question we often get, which is a very tricky one, especially when the media are in the room. Why are you even doing a report on 1.5 degrees? Is it even feasible anymore to hold the climate, the rise in warming to that? So, over to you, Thomas.
I challenged you and you passed it over to me. Well, yeah, feasibility. We have been hearing some people, and I have been getting lots of messages saying, well, why to spare, money and time if you know that this is not achievable? First, it's not up to us to really come up with a prejudgment of what is there. So IPCC should not prejudge what scientists will come up with from the analysis of all the literature that is out there. Also, even if IPCC would say, even, as it says for 2000 degrees centigrades, that you need to, reduce emissions from energy from 40 to 70% by 2050, which is quite a challenge. Even if it would say 100% for 1.5, it's not up to us to say, well, this is not, doable. I think there is that decision is the one that the governments will need to take at some point in time. So that is the role that we have. But then feasibility will depend also on scale, feasibility will depend on time-wise, and I think you can feed a little bit more into that.
Yeah, I mean, one of our colleagues, Jim Ski, the co-chair of Working Group 3, has thought about this a bit, and he said it depends. You can't just say, is it feasible? You have to say feasible in what terms? I mean, is it feasible in terms of physics and chemistry and engineering and technology? Probably theoretically, yes, but is it feasible in terms of social policy? That's another question. So this is the kind of thing that Tama was talking about. We can say what might need to be done to get there, but then it's up to governments to decide whether that's the price they want to pay to do that, and whether if they don't do that, the price they would pay may be worse. So it becomes, in the end, a policy judgment.
Yeah, that is an interesting point that you brought. Is feasibility related all to mitigation efforts, adaptation, and so on? Or there are physical constraints that could not lead us there? And I think that the report is going to be exploring all these aspects, and then obviously indicating then the feasibility in different ways. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm saying having put forward this 1.5, then you have to have the science and other traditional knowledge and so on to support putting forward that 1.5. We can't just throw it out because we could have said 1 or 0.5, you know. So we have to have something to say, well, this is what 1.5 looks like. So even if it's no longer feasible, we still have to have that information.
Yeah, I think that, you know, we are going to have a new suite of models that are going to be run. And so there are new initiatives being brought in terms of modeling because, you know, the results that we have are very much based on the results from the models. And the models are based in scenarios. And so I don't know how much is going to be there in terms of the special report on 1.5 already of new model results, new models that I said it's going to be very important on chapter 2 on pathways, on which models are going to rely on. Are there new things that are coming, even if premature, but, you know, are new lights? What are the assumptions? So I think this is the key, not to say eventually, no, you cannot get there. By the R5, we did have limited scientific knowledge. We couldn't explore too much on 1.5, and this is why we are doing it now. So we are hoping that models, there is the Codex as well that is going into more regional experiments, which I think might shed some light into this, some new initiatives of improving the models. I think that it might bring some additional contribution that can shed some light, and I'm absolutely sure it will, into the 1.5.
Okay, well, if are there any other questions? Because we remarkably are exactly on time at this stage in the agenda to break for lunch. So if there are no other questions, we'll stop now and we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly take your seats as we're proposing to begin this afternoon session. Distinguished colleagues, we have the honor of, in our presence of Dr. Hussein Lee, the chair of the IPCC, who will deliver a presentation on the fifth assessment report. That is the overview of that report and the key messages that are contained in that report. And of course, I believe he's going to especially look at the issues relating to the Caribbean. Dr. Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Carlos. Very happy to be here to give you an overview of the synthesis report of our last assessment, AR5. This synthesis is the integration of all three working group reports. One, climate science; two is impacts and the vulnerabilities and adaptation; and three is mitigation and other response measures. And just briefly, this synthesis report is the outcome of the 60 authors from all three relevant working groups. And it was chaired by our former chair, Dr. Pachauri. And member governments approved the summary for policy makers, November 2014, and this summary for policymakers is written by the scientists, authors, and jointly approved by member governments, but in fact is joint ownership of scientists and government. The key messages, you have heard this many times already, but let me repeat it again to give you a context. It is a human influence, which is very clear. And then we need to take action, and we have the means to limit climate change. And if in doing so, we will be able to build a more resilient, prosperous world. So the choice is ours to choose. I don't have to explain this diagram to you. You know this very much already. And as you have heard many times, the temperatures have been rising ever since the, should I say, the measurements has begun, and especially for last 20 years, the rise in temperatures has been quite prevalent. And we need to emphasize that the oceans has played a very important role in this Earth system in the context of global climate change. In fact, the oceans absorbed most of the heat for last several decades, and more than 90% of the energy was accumulating in the climate system for last, again, 40 years. This diagram shows where the global greenhouse gas emissions have occurred. And the bottom share of this diagram indicates the forestry and other land use changes. And the upper portion of this diagram shows the CO2 emissions from the energy sources, which is really the use of fossil energy resources. As you see very clearly, since 1950, the use of fossil energy resources increased dramatically. And as you may imagine, this will have very clear implications for the global temperature rise for last several decades. In fact, for last 10 years, between 2000 and 2010, the GHG emissions growth has been much larger than the trend rate established for last 40 years. The statistics show that the rate of growth in the GHG emissions for the last 10 years is about double the trend rate established for the last 40 years. And most of that doubling of the greenhouse gas emissions increase was due to the increased use of coal. And why the world has used so much coal for the last 10 years, it is largely due to the coal price was much less than any other fuels available. And and at the same time, the economic growth was quite rapid between 2000 and 2010, and much of that economic growth was fueled by this cheap coal. Sources of emissions, 35% was from the energy production, and then 24% the agriculture and the land use changes, and 21 the industry. Here, industry means cement production, etc. And the 14% is transport. The rest is the building structures, homes, office buildings, etc. This is the 2010 statistics of greenhouse gas emissions. The impacts of this climate changes, the AR5 clearly indicates that the impacts are already occurring. This is not the impacts we are talking about that will occur 10 years or 20 years or 50 years, but it's about occurring right now, especially from the tropics to the poles, all continents and the ocean, and these impacts affect both the rich and poor, regardless of where you live and how you live. Every persons are being affected by this warming of Earth. The projected climate changes, oceans will continue to rise, and at the same time, the global glaciers, the volume of glaciers will continue to decline. And this worsening trend will continue if we fail to take action immediately. And in terms of the downstream end of this chain of climate change impacts, we see clearly that the aggregate of all this impact will probably appear as a what sort of food industry, what sort of food market we will expect. And climate change poses a very severe risk for the food production, food security. And as you know very well, we will develop a special report on this food security aspect under the big umbrella of special report on land and desertification and all land-related issues. That includes food security and sustainable development. And that special report will be available in 3-year time span. Now, how the scenario show regarding the mitigation options until mitigation options throughout this century. And the IPCC Working Group 3 analyzed more than 1,000 scenarios and came up with this more or less integrated analysis of the scenario. It shows that taking no action implies that a very rapid increase in greenhouse gas emissions. Taking action means within a very short period of time, global greenhouse gas emissions levels should peak to achieve a 2-degree stabilization goal, or sometimes if the goal is to go below the 1.5 degree, then the timing of peaking, at the same time, the rate of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions will have to be much faster than those analyzed for the 2-degree pathways. All these diagrams will show this variety of pathways available to achieve different levels of stabilization. This is the famous diagram of fifth assessment report, and I'm sure that many of you are familiar with this. This is the diagram integrating the key messages of Working Group 1, Science, Working Group 2, Impacts, and also the key messages from the Working Group 3. And it shows what sort of risks are related to the aggregate global aggregate emissions of greenhouse gas emissions, and what that aggregate greenhouse gas emissions are related to the annual emissions that need to achieve the specific goals of specific temperature goal one has to achieve. And the way to read this diagram is that you move from whatever the reference point you choose, you extend that reference point. You extend from the reference point to the either left or to the down, so that you can identify the level of risk that particular reference point indicate, and also at the same time the level of emissions required that specific reference point indicate. These are the sort of exercises you can do depending upon your preference for risk, depending upon your preference for, should I say, your decision for the level of emissions you would like to pursue. Very elaborate diagram. When will we finish this? The mitigation measures. The first of all, there are several mitigation measures. The most, should I say, the immediate and important and significant measure is improving the energy efficiency. And the way we use energy affects very greatly in terms of not only the energy required we have to access, but also at the same time the aftermath of that energy consumption in terms of the global climate change. So the more efficient use of energy is important. And then we need to have certainly more replacement, more use of low carbon energy sources. And then we need to have improved carbon sinks, and lifestyle changes are very important. And clearly, these lifestyle and behavioral changes are very closely related to the first item, which is the efficiency of energy uses. And in fact, we found that, not we, but the scientific literature in general found that these changes in behavior and changes in lifestyle will have a very powerful impact on the future picture of the emissions growth. But at the same time, the analysis of previous programs that are related to this behavioral change and the lifestyle changes in terms of policy measures have proven to be very, very elusive and very, very difficult to pinpoint the effect the effectiveness of these changes, and we believe that this is an area that require much more very considerate and comprehensive analysis. And we believe that a great deal of new inputs, new contributions by various segments of the social sciences may contribute to this important element, behavioral change and lifestyle changes. As I mentioned very briefly this morning, that the ambitious mitigation effort is affordable. And as I said before, the economic cost in terms of the reduced growth is only about 0.06 percentage point per year, which is very, very minuscule. And this translates into a delayed but not foregone growth, delayed growth about 1 year. In other words, if no action is taken, then the level of economic volume that we would have in let's say 2100 will be achieved by 2101. So you cannot really say this is a very costly option. It is not costly option. And also we think that this estimated cost of taking action does not account of the benefits of reduced climate damages. Why it didn't take into this reduced climate damages? It is because up to this point, the range of the estimate of the climate damages is so wide that this is somewhat unscientific to pinpoint just one, to pick out reasonable ranges for the damages from climate change. I can tell you that the ecologists and economists have been working very hard on this point, and by the time we will assess this aspect of climate change, we should be able to come up with much more improved understanding about the climate damage functions. It is important to have a clear understanding of climate damage functions because it provides us the key to the comparison, integrated comparison between mitigation cost and the benefits from this action. And AR6 will give a great deal of attention to this aspect. And clearly, the business as usual, although the economic models assume that it will produce a 3% growth throughout this century, but at the same time, we also know that that sort of a growth under the environment of 4-degree warming will probably be a imagination. Paris Agreement says that the world needs to have a global peaking as soon as possible. Why as soon as possible? Because of this carbon budget, because of these limitations on the carbon emissions that we are allowed to do under the goal of limiting the global warming to 2 degrees. That means something close to 2,000 gigaton CO2, right? 1,000 gigaton CO2 is left. And the more we postpone the global peaking, it is the much earlier for us to crash this carbon budget, and that makes the effort to achieve global climate goal much more expensive. And how expensive will it be? Many literatures indicate that by the second half of this century, the world will be able to utilize the so-called negative emission technologies. and we do not know much about this technical feasibilities and also the socio-economic implications of these negative emission technologies. And that is the one reason why we need to have this global peaking as soon as possible in order for us not to go into this into this realm of uncertainty we may be able to face later on. This is the major elements of the synthesis report produced by the AR5. And we hope that AR6 will build upon the scientific findings so that the parties to the UNFCCC under the Paris Agreement will be able to devise and take action for implementation of the Paris Agreement on the basis of science provided by the scientific community. We hope IPCC will do its best to support the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. So we have been provided an overview of the synthesis report, which is a compilation of the 3 working groups, and we'll be hearing more in depth from the 3 working groups. Working Group 1 on the science, Working Group 2 on the vulnerability, the impacts and the adaptation to climate change, and then finally Working Group 3, mitigation. What can we do to reduce our emissions of these greenhouse gases? Professor Lee, listening to your presentation, I came out with 2 key messages for me. One, we face a clear and present danger. And secondly, to overcome it, we need a change of lifestyle and behavioral change. I think the children from the Lady of the Immaculate Conception know about it already. I mean, they vividly displayed what we need to do. And we now need to take this out to the general population. They need to be our promoters. And so we need to engage them more. Do we have any questions for Professor Lee on the synthesis report? Yes, sir. In the back.
Oh, yeah. Let me just use this one. Not necessarily a comment, but something that is related. Will the ARC look at the NDCs, which are the nationally determined contributions by the region, and to come up with an assessment, for example, that says, even if the region were to have 0 emissions, the impact on climate change to the world. I would like that kind of information, our contribution, and whether, in fact, even if we did all that we could, whether the equation would change at the end of the day.
But we will not directly assess the individual countries' NDCs. However, we will assess the studies analyzing the NDCs, analyzing the aggregate of NDCs, analyzing the effect of aggregation of NDCs. For instance, UNEP produced a report on the emissions gap, and we will assess the emissions gap report along with other scientific literature regarding this the NDC versus the global goal of reaching the 2 degree or 1.5 degrees. And along with that, we'll certainly assess the implications for impacts and implications for the emissions pathways to go with that particular climate goals.
How do we marry the 2 needs, so to speak?
That's a very relevant question, and in fact, the scientific disciplines mostly addressing those questions, economics, finance, financial economics, and also the disciplines dealing with the infrastructure investment decisions. And there's also disciplines dealing with the efficiency aspect of the allocation of emissions quota. And AR5 briefly touched upon that aspect of the what sort of action individual countries need to take in order to achieve economic efficiency. Now, that economic efficiency, result of economic efficiency may not correspond to the allocation scheme based upon the equity, based upon the value, based upon the justice, understanding of justice. And literature clearly indicates that, and also the policymakers clearly indicate that there has to be a financial transfer from the developed to developing countries in order to achieve these climate stabilization goals. And various literature indicate what sort of financial transfer will be required for the years to come. And the IPCC will assess the literature emerged since the AR5 with regard to this financial and technological transfer that will be required for the different levels of climate stabilizations. And that this is all within the IPCC's realm of scientific assessment. AR5, in fact, dedicated one chapter on climate finance for the first time since its inception. And we believe that probably a much more keen attention be given to this business aspect of the climate change mitigation effort and also the adaptation effort in our upcoming cycle.
And if I could add to that, from the Climate Convention point of view, in fact, that is something the Standing Committee on Finance is really looking at. And in fact, had commissioned a study which came out this year at the COP to see how developed countries are living up to or achieving the target of $100 billion per year by 2020. And I believe they have agreed that about $65 billion have now been identified as now flowing through from the public sector towards climate finance. However, there's been and the call came from the major MDBs that tracking climate finance is difficult. We don't have one definition of climate finance, and also we don't know what the developing world is receiving. And so really, I think we might want to turn to our IDBs, the CDBs, to see what are you seeing from our point of view of flows coming in. What do the NDCs says, how much money do we need? Because many of our NDCs say we need to do so and so, but they have not quantified the kind of money you need to meet those NDCs. So I think there's also some work that we have to do within the region to then be able to say, this is what we actually need to achieve our NDCs and hence contribute to the global ambition for mitigation and for adaptation. Please?
I note very clearly that the IPCC has made it its duty and its mandate not to be political, and that's understood. But I want to suggest that the IPCC, perhaps by the time AR7 comes around, if we're still around, needs to be a lot more prescriptive. The World Bank is, a lot of institutions are, and I note that the IPCC is not a political entity. However, all of what you do has to do with politics and policy, because you're feeding the governments with some information that now you leave for them to interpret as they may and to apply the best methods to assist the populations. But I think I want to suggest that the IPCC must be prescriptive. You have all information, you're collating all information, you're disseminating information, and I'd want to suggest that you have suggestions and recommendations. It will be up to the governments, the individual governments, to follow or not to, but I do believe the time has come has come for the IPCC to be a lot more pragmatic, considering the realities that we face as it pertains to climate change?
Our mandate, given by 195 member governments, is our outcome that must be policy relevant but not policy prescriptive. And the way you input your bright idea is to contact 195 governments to ask them to IPCC to be policy prescriptive, not to me. Thank you.
You had a question?
Yes, I just wanted to, I guess, respond to the comment on the region's contribution to global emissions. And I know for a long time the region has been making the argument, and I fully understand why, that we're not even a drop in the bucket in terms of the global scheme of things. But I think one of the unfortunate outcomes of that argument has been that the people of the region may have gotten the message that our lifestyles, our behaviors don't matter. And I think one of the key messages that came out from your presentation is that lifestyle does matter. And if we think about it that way, then it's no longer thinking about just country responsibility, but individual responsibility, that each of us has a responsibility. In fact, I'm probably just as guilty on average as an American citizen, or a citizen, probably more guilty than a citizen in China or somewhere else that has, on a country level, they have a larger contribution. So I think we need to sort of refocus the conversation a bit more on individual responsibility, even as small islanders, and really set an example on the global stage.
I agree. I think that the reason that the difficulty with regard to the changes in lifestyle and changes in behavior is related to that individual decisions has a lot to do with many other factors. And I believe that the way we live, the way we consume our energy, clearly depends upon the type of infrastructure we are embedded. And that is the reason why we need to give a very special attention to these infrastructure decisions. Infrastructure, what sort of infrastructure the countries will make, what countries will take. And this infrastructure decisions, the countries will spend their money to build on this, regardless of whether there will be climate change or not. So it is very important that the infrastructure that the countries will build around the world will be a green infrastructure. I mean, green is a very generous terms, and has to be a low carbon infrastructure. And once that is achieved, then our lifestyle changes will probably be much more facilitated to be toward a low carbon footprint type of outcome. And this is the reason why we need to give a much more attention and much more effort to understand the decision-making process by individual and by the decision makers at all levels of stakeholders. And that is the reason why we need to have intellectual contributions from not only the natural scientists, but also from the social scientists, including psychologists, for instance, including political scientists, including the humanities, the persons, experts involved in this understanding, study of equity and justice are very important for assessing this decision-making process in the upcoming cycle.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Lee. And in fact, I think that is where we also have to look at the relationship between the climate change and the SDGs, where again, sustainable development lifestyle indeed contributes to that overall effort. I think we have, are there any more questions? If not, I think it's time for our working group 1 to now take over the floor. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee.
Thank you.
All right. We continue with our session. As you have, we have just had an overview of the entire, the whole synthesis document. And now we're going to look on the individual documents coming out of the working groups. We're going to start by looking on Working Group 1 and getting some insights from Working Group 1 and their contributions to the IPCC AR5. Just to tell you that Working Group 1, as you heard, was a group that looked on the physical science basis. It was really a very formidable document. I actually went online, though I've interacted with it, and there were some stats that I think the IPCC produced. 14 chapters, an atlas of regional projections, 54,677 review comments, 1,089 experts, 259 authors, a summary for policymaker with 14,000. You get the idea that this was a comprehensive document. Out of it, though, they also have a summary for policymakers, which has, I think, 19 key messages. And we're going to get, some of the key messages that come out of Working Group 1 and their look on the physical science basis. Just to let you know that I have beside me Dr. Inez Camioni. She's a professor at the Department of Atmospheric and Ocean Sciences at the University of Buenos Aires. She's also a senior researcher of the Center for Atmosphere and Ocean Research. And, she has led quite a number of recognized national and international projects. But she was a lead author for the chapter Near-Term Climate Change, Projections and Predictability as a member of the Working Group 1. And she's going to give us this overview. So please, let's welcome Dr. Camioni.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon. In a few minutes, I will present you some of the key messages of Working Group 1 of AR5. These messages, we can start with those associated with evidences of changes in climate. These two graphs represent changes in temperature, in the global mean temperature. The first one shows that the decadal evolution of temperature. And as you can see, at least for the last 3 decades, each decade was warmer than the previous one. And if we analyze how this warmth was distributed in the world, in the map that is beside this graph, you can see that everywhere temperature was rising, but there is a difference between continents and the oceans. Continents have been warming faster than the oceans, and particularly the high latitudes of the northern hemisphere are the regions where the increase in temperature was more dramatic. So from this, the key message from Working Group 1 is associated with that the warming of the climate system is unequivocal. And a second message is associated to some way to the causes of this warming. And this graph shows the evolution of the greenhouse gases concentration, 3 of them, CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide. And as you can see from the pre-industrial revolution up to now, there was a dramatic increase in the concentration of these 3 gases. So here is one of the key messages of the Working Group 1-2 associated to this, that says that this increase was associated to human activities, mainly to the burning of fossil fuels, of natural gas, oil, and also carbon. And here is a graph that in some way tries to attribute the climate change we observed in different of the climate variables. And we can separate these causes, those associated to human activities and those associated to natural processes. And you can see from this figure that at least 50% of the increase in temperature we observed since at least mid of the last century could be attributed particularly to human activities and the increase in the greenhouse gases associated particularly to this kind of activities. And about the future, which are the key messages from IPCC, you can see in this picture the projected evolution of temperature, global temperature, for the rest of the present century for two different scenarios. A more conservative scenario, what we call the RCP 2.6, and the most dramatic scenario, that one that is called the RCP 8.5. And in any case, we project a warming of the climate system, but and the most important thing is that it's very likely to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius at the end of this century in any scenario we consider, even for the most conservative, the RCP 2.6. And about sea level, the projections also show that the sea level will continue increasing during the rest of this century. In the most extreme scenario, this increase will be near to 1 meter at the end of the century. And if we see at these figures, it shows the way at which temperature and precipitation changes will distribute in the world. For, again, the two scenarios, the RCP 2.6 and 8.5, so just to have a range of possibilities. And in any case, we project a warming. Again, continents will be warming faster than the oceans, and the northern latitudes will show the most extreme warming. And in the case of precipitation, projections shows that those regions that are now wet will become wetter, and those regions that now are dry will become drier. In some way, those regions that are now in some way rich in water will continue being richer in water. At those regions that have problems with water availability, they will be in trouble during this century. And finally, what we can do with this information, and what this figure shows is the expected temperature increase associated to emissions of carbon dioxide associated to human activities. And it shows that the only way to limiting the climate change is associated to a sustained and substantial reductions in the emissions of greenhouse gases. If we want to reach the limit of 1.5, this reduction should be very urgent and substantial. And we have a little more budget to emit if we consider the 2 degrees Celsius limit. And finally, you can find more information about the results of Working Group 1 in this web page, that it has the full report, and also, as Michael mentioned, the technical summary and the summary for policymakers.
Thank you very much. We have some time for some questions. I don't know who wants to ask the first question. We have presented the physical basis, some of the key messages that have come out, both on how the climate changed in the historical past and what is projected, and some kind of actions that are needed. Questions? Yes.
Okay, this was from quite a while ago, but I remember hearing at one point there were at least a couple of studies out suggesting that sea level rise could be, I think, up to 2 meters or more by end of century. I'm just wondering if those studies are, as a result of your findings, considered wild estimations that we don't need to worry about, or sort of what is the stance on those studies, I guess, from IPCC's perspective?
I don't know when these studies were published. You know that the IPCC has a cutoff date for including information and results from peer-reviewed papers in our assessments. So, in fact, I don't know these studies, and maybe if they were published later than the cutoff date for this report of Working Group 1, that it was, I don't know if 2012 or 2013. This was almost 2 or 3 years ago. Maybe they could be considered for the next assessment.
Could it also be, well, I know what you presented here with the 1 meter is the mean global sea level rise, and some of the studies I think that you might be referring to might be regional, because there will be regional variations, am I right?
Yeah, it
in
may
the
be.
sea level.
It may be, yes,
okay.
It may be.
Any other questions?
Yes, I was wondering about the models. Has the IPCC determined that any of the models are way too over the top? And if so, where do you note that kind of information?
And the models we use to project climate come from collaborative work from many institutions, and they agree the kind of experiments and simulations that will be prepared for the assessment. In the case of the AR5, the models we consider were included in a project called SIMI5, and they agreed to use this kind of RCPs, these scenarios representing the human activities and many other aspects to get simulations and results that in some way they were comparable to make the kind of projections I show. For the next assessment report, a new generation of models are being prepared in a new project called SIMI6. So this is the way we work with these projections.
While I wait for the next hand, maybe I'll ask you a question as well. Especially the science working group, I think you are very careful in how you express certainties. So there are some aspects of the physical science where you express a little bit more confidence, or there is more confidence, and there are some where there are gaps. How do you convey this in, for example, the kind of reports that you are putting forward, where you are a little bit more confident versus where you are not so confident?
Well, the IPCC has some guidelines about uncertainty and how to show and express our results in a way, and how would we build a consensus about the results we have. So at least inside each chapter, there's a big discussion about the results we have and the way we express considering the guidelines of IPCC.
Additional questions? Well, let me throw one last one to you, and then I think we will wrap up and move. I think we're a little behind time anyway, which is that very often people don't want to grapple with the science because we think that the science is very difficult to understand. I know the IPCC is taking some deliberate steps to try to make the science, I think, more easily handled. You might want to comment on those, if possible?
Well, sometimes it's not easy to communicate results we have. But for example, we got some training from IPCC in the way after the report was delivered, and to help us to communicate in a better way the results we have. But in fact, it's not easy because the science behind climate change it's not easy. And sometimes when you try to simplify things, you can make some mistakes in the message you want to say. So what we must say is that science behind climate change it's not easy. That's the truth. So we can try to communicate it in the best way and try to simplify the message, but not in a way to send some messages that could be wrong. So we must be very careful in this communication.
Okay, if I don't see any hand raised for one last question. All right, so we really want to thank Ines for taking us through Working Group 1. I think what you hear is a clear kind of message coming across, one that I think we repeat often when we look on the science of the region, which is that our climate has changed, our climate will change, and our climate demands change. And with that, I would say thank you very much.
Welcome.
I thank you very much. We just heard about the physical science basis of climate change and where the state of the knowledge is on that aspect. We're going to talk for about maybe 45 minutes or so on what this means in terms of the impacts, how we would adapt and where the vulnerabilities are. We're going to have one individual who's to my left, that's John Agard from UWI speaking, when we have two people who will be joining us by video. The first person, I think, is Hans Otto Portner via video, and he's the co-chair for Working Group 2. And so we will listen to him first, and I'm going to hand over to my technical colleagues on the right to ensure that he zooms in and we're able to see him.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you about the impacts of climate change on the world's oceans and the associated impacts and risks under different temperature scenarios to the extent that is currently possible, differentiating between 1.5, 2 degrees and 4 degrees warming, for example. Just to emphasize to you that scientific findings such as these are important to reduce uncertainty in decision-making by policy as it is currently possible. I would also like to refer to the Article 2 of the UN Climate Convention, which claims that we should prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. This entails that we allow ecosystems to adapt naturally, that we ensure that food production is not threatened, and that we should enable economic development to proceed in a sustainable manner. Now let us have a look at what is actually happening in the world's ocean and what is projected to happen in the near future. We've already seen some degree of warming, and according to projections, the degree of future warming depends on the emissions scenarios. If we go for a business as usual emission scenario that we are currently on, we will see a strong degree of warming by the end of the century, whereas with ambitious emission reduction, we would be able to keep that in balance and reduce the warming as it is indicated here for the scenario characterized by the bluish colors. We are currently going through a phase of committed climate change where we do not see short-term the benefit of the decisions that are currently and have already been made in the Paris Agreement, but these decisions will play out later on over the next decades and by the end of the century. Another driver that we are actually seeing is ocean acidification. Ocean acidification results from the entry of anthropogenic CO2 into ocean surface waters. We have already seen a certain degree of acidification as measured by the pH decline here by about 0.1 pH unit, and the degree of acidification will depend on the emission scenario. Again, business as usual with unabated acidification to be being distinguished from ambitious emission reduction, which will also help to keep the acidification in balance and also minimize the associated impacts. Another trend that we are seeing is that the warming oceans are losing oxygen. This has already happened to some extent, but will also depend in the future on the emission scenario that we are deciding to follow. Now, the percent numbers given here are somewhat smallish, but if we, and they refer more to the overall changes in oxygen content in the ocean. But if we look a little more closely, then we see that in the mid-water layers, as indicated here by the bluish colors, where actually the warming oceans are increasingly stratified, and where this degree of stratification is actually expanding towards lower and higher latitudes, that there is a relatively strong decline in oxygen content. There are also some areas, and I'm especially flagging the Caribbean here in my talk by this red circle, some areas where there may be a little bit of an increase in oxygen. This results actually from the decline in productivity and from the reduction in the amount of organic material that is precipitating in the ocean and entering these oxygen minimum zones. The reduction of this productivity may benefit the oxygen, but at the same time mirrors a reduction in the productivity up to even fisheries productivity in those areas. Now, oxygen is not only diminishing in midwater zones, but also diminishing in coastal areas where we already have seen an increase in the number of so-called coastal dead zones, where animal life is no longer possible because oxygen levels have been falling to extremely low values. This is a result of warming combined with the eutrophication trend, the enrichment of nutrients that is coming from human activities. Productivity is changing overall in the oceans, and the degree of this is also depending on the degree of climate change. If you look at the globe as a whole, again depending on the degree of warming, you see that the bluish color here reflect a decline in productivity in low to mid latitudes, whereas there's an increase in productivity in the warming higher latitudes, especially in the Arctic and close to the Antarctic. And with strong warming, this trend is exacerbated. In the area that is encircled here, you see that the trends are a little bit more patchy and depends really on where you are, so that this is unclear to what extent this plays out to change the available marine resources. We look at the overall global trend in these areas, and we see that the reddish colors here indicate a decline in the available marine resources, meaning the fisheries catch potential, which includes here the productivity and availability of about 1,000 fish and invertebrate species that went into being considered in these data. And what you also see is that these changes play out especially in the low to mid latitudes, where the reddish colors indicate a decline. At the same time, and also in line with the decline in overall primary productivity, the bluish colors indicate that towards higher latitudes there is an increase in fisheries catch potential. So those developing countries that rely on coastal artisanal fisheries will suffer from a decline, whereas some of the high latitude countries, for example in the northern hemisphere, may benefit at least transiently from increased fisheries productivity. This trend is being exacerbated actually if we look at the combined effects of temperature and oxygen. And what this effect does is that it constrains the temperature range where a species can exist, and according to projections, this effect will play out by about 20% overall, and in those areas where oxygen levels are already quite low, these changes can range up to 40%, as indicated here, for example, in the northern Pacific. So these drivers not only act individually, but they also act together. And this is also true for ocean acidification that is affecting mollusk and crustacean fisheries and coastal protection by coral reefs. And here we see again the trend in pH change according to emission scenarios. Now, with unabated emissions by the end of the century, this globe depicts where the acidification trend is especially strong according to the bluish color, and we see that especially in the Arctic, in the cold waters, and with the freshening happening there from the melting ice, there will be strong acidification. Ecosystems also affected are the warm water corals that you see here, depicted by the green dots, for example, in the Caribbean area, but also the cold water corals that have only been discovered in the 90s and are reflected here by the purple colors. These cold water corals exist at larger water depths but are also affected by the ocean acidification signal reaching there. Also depicted are the coastal areas with a yellow color. These are the areas where humankind relies on the fisheries of crustaceans, of bivalves, of animals that are actually depending and are being affected by an acidifying ocean because they build calcium carbonate shells. As you can see in the bottom part of this figure is that the CO2 sensitivity of these different groups actually is different. And you see this difference playing out when the fraction of a negatively affected species in the various groups is actually coming up. You see that here for the mollusks that there is a very sudden transition to negative effects, whereas in the crustaceans this increase in the negatively affected species has some delay with respect to the CO2 concentrations that are depicted here. Cold water corals are somewhat more strongly affected than the crustaceans, and again warm water corals are affected and similarly sensitive to the acidification trend as the mollusks, but they seem also to be more sensitive than the cold water corals. And again, what we can say here is that the risks are enhanced by warming extremes. For example, it's known that the warm water corals bleach earlier under elevated CO2. And this bleach is something we should talk about next, where we are already under warming extremes. See that a healthy reef that you see here on the left-hand side with its colorful corals actually loses color in the center part of the picture. And that happens because in warm temperatures, these corals can no longer keep their under symbiotic algae, the algae that live in the coral body and that provide them with energy that they produce from the sunlight coming in. Warm water corals only live in the sunlit oceans of the low latitudes. Now, if this bleaching, if the warm temperature exposure takes too long, then actually these corals will not be able to recover, they will die off, and the reef essentially turns into the desert, as you can see on the right-hand side. Now, what we have actually seen in the past is already that in some reefs, and here are the data for the Great Barrier Reef, we have already lost live coral cover. And in this case, it's by 50% already since the 80s. And the reasons for that are different. There is a predatory sea star, then there are intense cyclone events that play a role, and a little bit of coral bleaching as indicated by the bluish area. If we take this in the future, current projections indicate that there is a high risk of losing up to 90% of coral reefs and their services to humankind in a 1.5 degree warmer world. And what you see here, the underlying figure, is the major bleaching that has been observed last year or early this year with the heavy El Nino event and the associated warming. Now, how do we bring all of this together? And this happens, and this happened in IPCC Working Group 2 by doing some risk assessments in association with the degree of warming that is expected. And we are differentiating here, first of all, the different risk levels according to the burning ember diagram. We differentiate undetectable, moderate, high, and very high risk levels according to the color scale here on the left-hand side. And then we can associate these risk levels with the different degrees of warming by the end of the century and beyond. And you see these risk conditions for 5 global sectors that I do not want to go into detail now. But referring to the oceans, actually, I would like to emphasize that we can now also use this risk categorization for many of the ocean processes and ocean sectors being affected by climate change. Here you see the risk transitions for ocean acidification only and for ocean acidification and warming in relation to the degree of atmospheric CO2 accumulation due to human activities. On the left-hand side, you see that the risk levels, actually the risk transitions, happen at higher CO2 levels than on the right-hand side when warming and acidification are looked at in combination. And what you also see is that between 1.5 and 2 degrees, you see a risk transition from yellow to reddish, and you can appreciate that it is quite important then to distinguish between these two temperatures as the long-term global goals, as is currently being prepared for by the IPCC in a special report on 1.5 degree warming. Now we have taken this further for the ocean, and we have come up with some planetary risk boundaries. And as you can see here, this is essentially again the burning ember diagram, combined for the different sectors that have been looked at, combined for the organisms on the left-hand side with the respective ecosystem services from coastal protection to recreational services to fisheries. And you can also see, as is here depicted by the reddish numbers, the differentiation being the degree of warming from present day to 1.5 and then beyond according to currently intended contributions by the countries, the so-called INDCs, which would take us into a 2.7 to 3.5 degree warmer world. What you can see is that the present situation and the situation in 1.5, the black line and the white line in the center of this ball would still remain in the yellow area, in the area of moderate risks, and it seems that with the exception of the warm water coral reefs, we would still be in a relatively safe situation. But if we go to the broken lines, which reflect the INDCs, all of them, virtually all of them, except for the mangroves, would take us into the red and then even purple areas, indicating that probably these emission goals are too conservative if we want to keep ocean ecosystems and their services intact. Another driver and process that is actually also very important to consider in the context of the oceans is the degree of sea level rise. And it's also important not to just look until the end of the century, but also beyond, because sea level rise may challenge natural and human systems depending on the degree to be expected over the long term. And again, we can distinguish here the 1.5 and the 2 degree world. And what you see, if we do that, that the 1.5 degree world on long time scales would actually take us into a situation of extremely high uncertainty, because we cannot really project what kind of sea level we will be seeing in the future. We can compare this situation to what has happened in the past in Earth's history, where actually the last time that the Earth has experienced a degree of warming as presently, up to 0.7 to 2 degrees during the last interglacial, sea level was about 5 to 9 meters higher than pre-industrial. Whereas when the last time when the planet had about the same atmospheric CO2 level as currently, sea level was about 7 meters higher than pre-industrial. So these are certainly numbers that need to be taken into account in any future decisions about long-term global goals. What we can say in general about future risks is that climate change will amplify existing risks and create new risks for natural and human systems. We can also say that risks are unevenly distributed and are generally greater for disadvantaged people and communities in countries at all levels of development, and we can also emphasize this for the situation of developing countries with respect to the oceans. Increasing magnitudes of warming increase the likelihood of severe, pervasive and irreversible impacts for people, species and ecosystems. We can certainly try to adapt, and regional adaptation is already occurring. It is occurring also in the marine realm. There is adaptation to ocean acidification when oyster cultures at the US West Coast are being defended against the inflow of acidified water. There is a situation that we can set aside marine protected areas which would enhance the resilience of ecosystems, especially coral reefs and their fish stocks, against warming and acidification, thereby buying us time. And we can also restore mangrove forests in order to benefit from their maintained services in coastal protection, reducing the effect of storm surges. But in general, what we can say is that adaptation capacity is limited and is highest under moderate climate change if we keep warming to a level ideally below 1.5 degrees Celsius. And with that, I would like to close and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we're going to now have John Agard from the University of the West Indies, and he'll be talking mainly about the problems that small island developing states are going to be facing.
Well, I'm going to try to be very simple. You've seen a lot of graphs, very busy graphs. I learned something from an interaction, on Tuesday with the media, who've complained a bit about the extremely loaded, busy graphs. I'm going to get very quickly down to brass tacks, because what does this mean for small island states? Okay, so I've thrown out all of the graphs. I want to just use one table that there was in the Small Islands chapter on vulnerability. And it illustrates, you'll see it's a very busy table. Try to extract out. And I want to read it for you, and then I'm going to throw out some stuff. This is table 29.1, so it's chapter 29.1 on small island states, in which the small island regions have tried to extract from Working Group 1 and also from other chapters what is relevant to small island regions. And you'll see some of them listed there. So this is table 29.1. It says climate change projections for the intermediate low, that's the 500 to 700 ppm carbon dioxide equivalents, representative concentration pathways. That's RCP 4.5. So it's using this as a baseline. That would be more or less supposedly equivalent to the 2 degrees centigrade world. Okay? So remember, we cannot predict the future. Anybody who uses the words predict will be wrong. Okay? You can project, and you have a range of possibilities in scenarios. This one is more or less equivalent to the 2 degrees centigrade world, just to take that slice. All of the others have been done, but I'm just going to take this one. And I want to point out some of the things I'm going to throw out. And this is for the main small islands regions. The table shows the 25th, 50th, that's a median, and 75th percentiles for surface temperature and precipitation based on averages from 42 coupled model intercomparison project phase 5, CMIP 5. You heard from the first speaker about CMIP 5. Okay? Global models adapted from Working Group 1 AR5 table 14.1. And the mean net regional sea level change is evaluated from 21 CMIP 5 models and includes regional non-scenario components. Now, it's very complicated, okay? Because scientists are very afraid of being misquoted, so they constrain everything very, very, very narrowly. So I'm going to throw out some stuff so we could get down to brass tacks, okay, of what we're interested in small islands. So first of all, for the Caribbean, I'm going to take, for temperature change, the 50th percentile, the median, okay? It's not a prediction. It could be higher or lower, but this is for the supposed 2 degrees centigrade world. And this is comparing the change for using a baseline of 1986 to 2005, okay? So in the Caribbean, for that scenario, the temperature change projected is 1.4 degrees centigrade, okay? That is by the end of this century, in the period 2081 to 2100, a 1.4 degrees centigrade change, okay, for the Caribbean region as a whole. Now, you know, when we talk about a 2 degree centigrade world or a 1.5, you know, centigrade, we're talking about compared to a baseline of starting from the Industrial Revolution. It's not 1981 to 2100. So some of the temperature has already occurred, but this temperature change is based on a baseline from 1986 to 2005. So the temperature change that has occurred so far, based on the actual historical measurements, you know, is getting up to like a degree centigrade, okay? So if we talk about in the Caribbean, even in, you know, a fairly low scenario, a further temperature change of 1.4 degrees centigrade, okay? That means that in the Caribbean, over the entire time period, the temperature change would have been 2.4 degrees centigrade on average. Okay? So please understand that when we talk about a 2 degree centigrade world, that is global average. That doesn't mean it won't be different in different regions. Okay? That's something that people sometimes get confused about. And in the Caribbean, the precipitation change in that low scenario, you'll see -5% decrease in rainfall and precipitation. But if I put back in the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile, you could see it could get up to, you know, like 10% decrease in rainfall. In the Mediterranean, you'll see -6 as well. So a decrease in rainfall is projected in the Mediterranean as well. But if you look at the other regions, Northern Tropical Pacific, Southern Pacific, Northern Indian Ocean, West Indian Ocean, there's an increase in rainfall. So it seems the Caribbean has been selected out globally to get to be the one that has the decrease in rainfall, the Caribbean and the Mediterranean. All right? If with heat, water vapor goes up, it's got to come down someplace, but it's not coming down by us. It's coming down elsewhere. They're getting projected to have more rainfall. And if you look under the temperature column of the changes, the Mediterranean, which is cooler, of course, the temperature change projected in that low scenario, 2.3 degrees, northern tropical Pacific, 1.4, southern Pacific, 1.2, northern Indian Ocean, 1.5, West Indian Ocean, 1.4. So no place is the temperature projected to go down. It's just a matter of how much it goes up. But not predictions. This is the order of magnitude of the change in temperature. Okay? So increase in temperature, every place. The precipitation, Caribbean and Mediterranean, decrease in precipitation. Okay? Other places, particularly the northern Indian Ocean, increase in precipitation. And these are places that are subject to seasonal monsoons. So if you think that having more water is something that they are jumping up for joy at, they are terrified because there's so much rain already coming down during the monsoon period that more of it, they're worried that everything is going to wash away. Okay? All right? So these are some of the things that you have to deal with. Increase in temperature, decrease in precipitation in some places, increase in precipitation in others. But sea level rise, and there was a question asked earlier about, those who say that sea level rise might be 2 meters, for example, of why that is not included. But IPCC is extremely careful in Working Group 1, and you will see that in the headline originally, let me just go back, it says, evaluated 21 CMIP-5 models, okay? Now, not because somebody publishes something will it get included. Everything is subject to review, and people claim all kinds of things. They like the idea of 1 meter of sea level rise or 2, so they just put it in. You look to see what is the basis of that, okay? Maybe it's advocacy, maybe they're being emotive, but they haven't done any real science. So those things don't survive the process, okay? So there were 21 different CMIP-5 models, climate change with sea level rise, that were good enough scientifically to be included. Okay? So I hope that answers the question as to why, we have seen papers published for the Caribbean in which somebody has said, without doing any science, what if there was a 2 meter sea level rise? Well, what if? But we don't have any scientific basis on which to demonstrate that that is likely to happen. So IPCC is very, very careful. It has got to have a lot of science to back it up. And in the process where everything is scrutinized, there are thousands of reviewers, and then there's a process in which governments get involved, summary for policy makers, and which it is argued, as you heard from the chair, line by line, okay? If you do not have the scientific backup, several papers published to support what you're saying, it will get thrown out, okay? So merely saying a 2 meter sea level rise with no scientific basis won't survive the process, okay? But it's all traceable. You could trace the 21 models that have been used, how the averages were arrived at, no presumption that any one model is better than the other, so it's a median, okay, not a prediction, okay? So I hope that gives us a good idea of what will happen in the major small island regions. Increase in temperature every place, decrease in precipitation in some places, but increase in precipitation in other places. And if you look at the sea level rise, you'll see that the range for that low scenario is around, generally about 0.5 meter by the end of the century, okay? Right? So 0.5 meter. It could be more than that, but the conservative estimate. So you might think that's too conservative. 2 meters might be more dramatic. But 0.5 meter of water is a lot of water. And a lot of the coastal areas and small islands which have more coastal exposure to land area will disappear. And most islands, in fact, most of their infrastructure is in the coastal zone. So a lot is at risk. So let me move on the impact of this? Well, you know, in the Small Islands chapter, it concludes a number of things, and you've heard a lot of it already, so I'm not going to go back. You've heard about the oceans and so forth. But with regard to small islands, let me just quote one of the statements. The loss of livelihoods, coastal settlements, infrastructure, ecosystem services, and economic stability, and you see IPCC terminology, high confidence. There were many papers that were examined in fine detail, but were subject to massive review with many comments, people writing and say, oh, you didn't mention this paper or that paper, or we disagree with this conclusion or the other. But in the end, what seems to be generally acceptable, based on the large volume and panorama of evidence, is that in small island regions, there will be a loss of livelihoods, coastal settlements, infrastructure, ecosystem services, and economic stability. That survives the process. I don't have time to delve into the fine details, but you've heard a lot of it already. Okay? Let me give you, and the quote for where that is from is stated. So let me give you another statement. You just heard about coral reefs, very important to countries like Jamaica, for example, but throughout the region, you know, in the Caribbean, in the Philippines, well known for their coral reefs, very intimately connected with livelihoods, because it attracts visitors who go on expensive diving holidays, people who stay in coastal areas, go to hotels and so on, have to get services and so forth. Will they be prepared to spend the same amount of money if the coral reefs are dead? And you heard a good story, the previous discussion, about what is happening. They're particularly sensitive to increased temperature and expel, the word wasn't used, the zooxanthellae, the symbiotic algae that live in them that are very sensitive to temperature increase, and turn white. Okay, coral bleaching, and you have a picture there. And also, you heard in the previous presentation on oceans that the pH, the oceans are getting more acidic. The carbon dioxide dissolves in the water, you get carbonic acid getting more acidic. And of course, calcium carbonate, which is the basis of coral reefs, will dissolve if the pH is declining. So the loss of coral reefs, and you heard some projections that if this continues, corals might disappear off the surface of the planet. Okay? That is part of what we're facing. So let's look at the conclusion. Decline and possible loss of coral reef ecosystems in small islands through thermal stress. Very high confidence. And you would have read many reports about the increase in, you know, coral reef bleaching incidents when the temperature reaches to be a certain level. So there's now an overwhelming set of evidence of papers published to establish that, you know, give this a lot of credence. And, you know, here is another statement. The interaction of rising global mean sea level in the 21st century with high water level events will threaten low-lying coastal areas. So it's not just the sea level rise, okay? You know, as the sea level, and in Jamaica, the sea level monitoring station in Port Royal has been offline since June. It's accessible online, in fact. Last I saw, it was measuring about 1.8 millimeters per year increase in sea level rise. The Caribbean Sea as a whole, the average sea level rise increase is 2.7 millimeters per year, plus or minus 0.4 millimeters. Okay? Now, as the sea level rises year by year, if you have any storm incident, the wind will blow the water up onto land much faster and much further, which is storm surge. But there are also times when, you know, you don't have any tropical storm close by and the water might rise up. This is one such incident in which people were on a beach playing football, etc. The waves come and break, and they go back, and they break, and they go back, and they break, and they go back. And one wave broke and just went up the beach, across the road. People who were driving in the road suddenly found themselves in seawater. Went across the road, people who were in the car park on the other side, And the vendors found themselves in seawater as the water just kept going and going, and there was no reason that you could see, no storm or anything going on. There was a tropical disturbance off of Jamaica, okay, in which there was an internal wave that traveled across the Caribbean. There was no disturbance of the sea surface. When it reached the continental shelf off of Trinidad and Tobago, that is when the water rose up. And suddenly, instead of a wave breaking and going back, one just went inland. That's on the coast of Trinidad. So when you, let me just go back to the statement. The interaction of rising global mean sea level in the 21st century with high water level events will threaten low-lying coastal areas. Okay? So it's happening already, in fact. And that has happened in Jamaica and in other parts of the Caribbean as well. So let me just get to the adaptation, because the science part, although the scientists get very excited, you heard from them, they love what it is they do, but really and truly, ordinary people are interested in how this is going to affect their well-being and their lives. And where we need to get to is the adaptation, what to do in response to all of this. So I have a little panorama of things. Last slide. So in the Small Islands chapter, there's also mention of impacts on health. And for example, we had one of the authors from the health chapter in IPCC became a contributing author by providing some perspectives on how all of this might affect health in small islands. So insect vectors and infections and disease increases. And you would know, of course, that as I have mentioned to a few people, that mosquitoes seem to be in their absolute glee. The transmission of insect vector-borne diseases like dengue, and now, you know, there is like 20-something years worth of dengue data and the outbreaks that have occurred throughout the region. And now mosquitoes are spreading into areas that used to be too cold for mosquitoes. So places that never had dengue are now getting dengue and malaria and all kinds of tropical diseases with climate change. But now, in the last few years, we've had some new stuff, chikungunya, right? And now the current episode is Zika. So, you know, all spread by mosquitoes, okay? So one of the things we found out is that with higher temperatures, mosquitoes breed faster. The life cycle shortens, they grow to adulthood faster, they lay eggs, and they have more generations during a season. So they're able to bite more people and spread more disease. Okay? Now, one thing that's not mentioned here, and probably in the next assessment will be mentioned, is that a few months ago, our contributing author on the Small Islands chapter, Professor Dave Chady, who died a few months ago, okay, you know, published more than 200 papers on mosquitoes, published a paper in which there's something new. That is, mosquitoes are now breeding underground in septic tanks. Okay? There's standing water underground. And when we thought that during the dry season there was not enough standing water for them to breed, find puddles or tanks and so on to breed, and in areas that were really too cold for mosquitoes to be able to survive between summer and a summer, they're actually underground laying eggs in tanks, underground in septic tanks. They have evolved, in fact, to deal with the situation. They found a way to hide, okay? So it's warmer, there's standing water all the time, there is organic matter, it's dark, so what? They're mosquitoes, okay? They're good. So when we are spending lots of money on fogging, the mosquitoes are laughing, okay? Because they are underground. So we need to adapt with new scientific information. It's published in Acta Tropica, in fact, as a journal. But with new scientific information, we need to start screening off. You see the vent pipes that go up the side of houses to allow the gases to go off? Well, those vent pipes need to be screened with a mesh that's fine enough to prevent mosquitoes from flying in and out as part of the learning. So these are the kinds of things in which new knowledge can be used to improve and protect people, in fact, okay? So that's just one example. With agriculture, you know, you heard about a decrease in rainfall. So, you know, crop yields could decrease. But one of the things we discovered, you know, there's been nice work done throughout the region, especially in Jamaica, where, you know, carbon dioxide could act as a stimulant because, you know, plants take in carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. So the fact that you have more CO2 in the atmosphere could act as a stimulant. So actually you could get a higher crop yield, okay, for the time being, as long as irrigation doesn't become a limiting factor. So all of this is new knowledge. It's not all negative. If we know this, we could plan and organize ourselves so we could try and take advantage of the opportunity. So infrastructure, the damage from storms, tropical storms, again, when you look at what to do, what we find in the region is that there's not a lot of emphasis or enforcement of building codes. So we're just looking for trouble. You know, there's a tropical storm. We pretend it's a bit of a surprise. We're in the hurricane zone, you know, and everybody builds what they want. Their roofs fly off. They get, you know. So one of the simplest things that we could do in adaptation is to enforce the building codes, improve and enforce the building codes. And watershed, we mentioned decrease in water supply from decrease in precipitation in this region as well. And in Jamaica, I have been told this happened already. There were 1 year, 2 years ago, I think there was like 8 months or something, there was no rainfall, okay? Reservoirs were dry and so forth. So, you know, a lot of this is unfolding already. But one study that was done in Barbados indicated that although the decrease in rainfall might be something like 10%, in fact, the leakage from pipes underground was 43%. And consequently, simply by stopping the leakage would have allowed you to adapt to climate change because the decrease in rainfall is less than what was already leaking out underground. And I imagine the same thing in Jamaica and a lot of the Caribbean as well. So these are very practical management measures that the science could be used to bring on board with the planning. And we spoke a lot about the coastal areas and the erosion and so forth. And again, some studies have been done with cost-benefit analysis. And what it yielded was the best investment that you could make is in replanting mangroves and protecting coral reefs, because the investment in building seawalls, which is, you know, millions and millions of dollars, you are already getting those services for free in protecting the coast from coastal erosion. So when you remove mangroves. So many people who have been, you know, there are mangrove replanting projects in Jamaica, for example, have saying that they were saying so all along. Okay, it's only now because economists are on board doing cost-benefit analysis that people are taking them on. And forests, in the Paris Agreement, you know, it mentions about encouraging carbon sequestration. So forests might grow and forests might sequester carbon, and that will help with the situation. So I will end there. These are just a few keys as to how all of this scientific information could be used in a pragmatic way to improve things for people. So it's not just all about the science. Thanks very much.
Thanks, John. Thanks very much. Just before we go into the next presentation, I just need to check on a couple of things. Ramon? Okay. And also, is Evan Thompson here? No? Okay, what I'm going to do, we're going to have the next presentation, and we will also be hearing from Ramon as well, who is the Vice Chair for Working Group 3. If you are ready, I'd ask if you could join us up here as well. What we're going to do is we're going to hear the perspectives from the Pacific, which is also a virtual presentation. And then I'm going to ask Ramon to make his presentation, and then we'll have the questions which would be directed to all 4 of the presentations that we'll have heard by then. So if we could hear, first of all, from, I think it's Arthur Webb from the Pacific, and then we will hear from Ramon.
Very much for the opportunity to be speaking here today. I wish I could be there with you over in Jamaica, but I'm speaking to you from Pacific Islands, at the moment in Kiribati, and I hope to be able to give you a little bit of a rundown on work I've been more closely involved with, both during my time with the IPCC and also a career of working in the South Pacific on coastal vulnerability issues. Let's not waste time. I guess for many people around the world, and indeed being islanders as well, you probably have a little bit more of a realistic impression of what the islands are about. But this is what people see when they think of Pacific Islands, these rather beautiful places, untouched by civilization or anything else, and representing what many see as an idyllic way of life. And indeed they are those things. But I think, as we all know, that way of life is critically threatened, and the sensitive environments that allow a lot of these places to continue to survive, indeed deeply threatened. This manifests in several different ways in the Pacific, and so I'm going to try to quite, I guess, bluntly divide these up for you. We still have a huge number of people that live in rural and quite isolated situations in the Pacific. And I'm going to take you for a little tour to an island where I first worked over 30 years ago now. And it's going to just allow you to see how intimately linked the welfare and well-being of Pacific Island peoples can be with ecosystem services that surround them. This is Muckin Island, northern part of the Gilbert's chain of Kiribati. Zoom right into the main island where people live. And to give you an idea of scale, I've superimposed it over the Norman Manley International Airport in Jamaica, where many of you, I assume, may have arrived to attend this conference. And as you can see, Muckin is not much larger than that facility. The interesting thing is that Muckin, despite its size, maintained a small population of people for millennia. And they do have their own unique culture and way of seeing the world, and indeed way of living harmoniously with the ecosystem around them. Zooming in here, we have traditional taro gardens, traditional areas for fruit growing. You can see pandanus fruits on the local house there, grandma and grandchild, and well water. So we usually have floating freshwater lenses in these atoll islands where people get their fresh water. Zooming out to coastal regions, we have beautiful living reefs on the edges of the island. Have quite productive fisheries. And obviously fish is the main, if not the only, source of protein for a lot of these communities. And I'm going to look at the other side here just to make the point that those living reef edges of the island don't just produce fish, they are the process, or they are the cornerstone for the way that island is built and maintained through the continual production of material from the living reef and its movement of byways and currents from the living reef edge across to the shore. Plainly, any disturbance in any of these natural systems can not only have a dramatic impact on the geomorphology of the island, but we can also see that people's lifestyles are intimately linked and immediately linked to the function of these ecosystems. So again, any disturbance in those can critically upset these communities. So a lot of the discussion around climate change is atolls, and indeed we have 3 independent states and 1 territory which are entirely comprised of atolls. We have a large number of atolls in these other countries which are not usually so well known: Palau, Federated States of Micronesia, Cook Islands, French Polynesia. And then in fact we have a substantive number of atolls spread across the whole region. So when we talk about atolls, let's not just think Kiribati, Tuvalu or Marshalls. They are in fact inhabited atolls across the region, and they all are deeply threatened environments due to climate change. That being said, we can often make the mistake of thinking that high islands perhaps are less threatened. I would argue they're not, and indeed I think in many ways there's a little bit of neglect going on. There there's a connotation that if we're dealing with a high island and talking about climate change, particularly sea level rise, that people have options, they'll be okay, they can move to higher ground. Now, if we look at Rarotonga in Cook Islands, it's the capital of the Cook Islands, you can see that there is a vast amount of infrastructure, homes and agricultural development, all in these very low-lying nearshore zones around the island. They present a unique environment where people have been living and utilising natural resources for, again, millennia. Anyone that thinks it's an easy translation to get, not only to keep functional coastal infrastructure, but to get people to move from those coastal regions into the interior of the island is seriously underestimating the magnitude of the problems here. So just to make the point that let's be aware of the immediate and issues around vulnerability in atolls, and particularly with our rural environments, but let's also remember that the challenges are exactly the same in our high islands. And if you're talking about a country like Cook Islands, here Rarotonga, presumably they will not want to turn away their atoll dwellers at a time when the atolls become untenable as a place to live. So not only will islands like Rarotonga have to deal with their own internal issues of relocation and rebuilding infrastructure, they potentially have to absorb all of those outer island populations as well in a harmonious way. These are enormous challenges, absolutely enormous, and at this stage I would have to share that we are not making headway against the enormity of those challenges, and we need to. Time is ticking. Across the Pacific, sea walls are, I guess, a ubiquitous response, and a huge amount of money is spent on sea walls, and it's clear to see why. With so many atolls and so many low-lying communities in the high islands, we're trying to defend what we have. The usual scenario is that 100 years ago we had small local houses, a track developed to be able to move produce around or whatever. There's been subsequent development over the years to larger homes. This has usually led to small revetments being built. Over time we've put in services like electricity, roads, etc. So now we have bigger revetments, and climate change potentially will redouble the efforts around how big these seawalls get. We must understand that whilst a very well built and very well designed seawall may indeed prevent wave overtopping and wave impacts, ongoing sea level rise will flood the low-lying areas behind these seawalls anyway. So a seawall will only ever be part of the solution, not a whole solution. So for us, small island environments, plus rapid development, plus climate change and sea level rise, means that coastal challenges are really on the forefront. Doesn't mean it's the only challenge, but they are on the forefront after all. If you haven't got an island, it's very difficult to move on to the next issue, be it water supply, agriculture, or whatever. Sea level rise is the most obvious of the threats. We're all used to seeing graphs that look something like this, sea level marching inexorably upwards. However, that's not the way we're perceiving sea level rise, and this causes a degree of confusion. This is real data, I think Punafuti, over a 30-year time period, shows a huge amount of variability in ongoing sea level rise. And if we look at the bounds of that variability, draw a median line through it, that's approximately mean sea level. Sea level rise means that in that 30-year period, we would have 3 flooding events over 15 years. Sea level rise pushes the bounds of that variability upwards, so that we then get 12 to 15 flood events, and the largest ones are bigger than we've ever seen before. And this is exactly what we are seeing in the islands today. So this is a clear, beautiful day in Palau, and you can see that normal spring tide has pushed water right over the top of the wharf facility here. You can see the cleats where boats are tied up. The water's almost overtopping those. So even if we're not dealing with large cyclones and large waves, how do we deal with the magnitude of the problems around redeveloping all of this infrastructure so that it continues to be functional and serve the purposes it's supposed to serve? Other challenges are around issues, well, usually summed up by the word erosion. So we see small-scale erosion issues all over the Pacific. They are very often highlighted as being climate change issues. Interestingly, this example in the picture now was actually used in a recent documentary by Leonardo DiCaprio, which was a nice documentary and I enjoyed it, but they showed this particular island as an example of erosion and I guess suggested that it was probably sea level rise climate change. And it's quite interesting to note that on this little island there are plans drawn up for seawalls, and indeed the meagre resources that that local council has are being poured into building these very substandard seawalls to try and protect the island. This is a mistake. The whole island area, which is in the yellow zone there, today, close to today, you can see the island is in the same shape. The problem with that is that a little bit of research would show us that there is a natural process for the tourism and recreational activities that are carried out on that little island. No one lives there, it's just used for tourists. It really doesn't matter which position it's in. Tourists don't care, they just want to lay on a beach. And when we see the meagre resources that we have available being put into small islands like that to try and protect a shore, we know that we're wasting those resources. It's entirely inappropriate at an environmental level, at a climate change adaptation level, and it also really depletes the enthusiasm or energy in the community because they are never going to succeed in building that seawall and saving that island. The sad thing is they shouldn't try because the island will shift around the way it's going to shift around. So, just to further make the point, this is an example from Cosgrove. You can see in the area in blue is freshwater swamp, obviously the sea beyond the yellow line, and in that circle you can see that there is a small cleared area of land. And we move 2 years ahead, and now you can see that a high school has been built, that sort of U-shaped building or N-shaped building. The schematic above shows how that building was built on a storm ridge, very low lying and extremely vulnerable to the next cyclone or erosion. And so again, these are just very simple planning mistakes which are still being made every day. These are major infrastructure projects being funded by, we won't name names, but large international agencies that really should know better. So these are fundamental issues and they're not dealt with adequately at the moment in the Pacific. So not only do we have an issue where we've got extreme vulnerability and limited resources, the resources that we have are being used incorrectly in many cases. It's a bit of a tragedy. So let's move to a happier story. This is the Maldives, and this is a large artificial island that was built as part of their runway facility. Here it is today, so you can see it was recently built up where it's satellite image. And to date, it's been planted, has houses on it, and they're starting to settle people on it. That land is at least 1.5 metres above any natural land in the country. And the shores are forming up nicely, and we even have tourists on those shores today. Roads, infrastructure, etc. And where we need coastal infrastructure is being designed and built properly. It's very successful. So, proper resilience building and adaptation can be undertaken in even the most fragile environment and produce an outcome that may not provide us with that vision of the ideal romantic Pacific island, but potentially can provide a good living environment for our people. And it's this sort of grander approach and that we really need to see occur in the Pacific. It's starting. Here we are in Punaputi in Tuvalu, and we can zoom right in. Those dark areas there were low-lying areas in the central part of the island which flooded on every high tide, and to the left you can see they become white because they've been filled with sand pumped from the lagoon, and you can see borrowed pits in the shallows of the lagoon there. This has been a huge success story. They've taken land which was extremely vulnerable. Up in the top picture you can see ponds full of water, and made it useful and safe for development. It's also been built up substantially higher than it ever was before. So we've bought time here, and that's important. I won't go through these take-home points because I know I'm already over time, but perhaps if you'd like to read them through, you can. And I guess the thing to say is this was very short, trying to give you a quick flavour of some of the perspectives of adaptation challenges in the Pacific. There are many. I've only dealt with it from the perspective of coastal vulnerability, but as I said before, in many of our islands, if you don't deal with coastal vulnerability issues, you won't have an island. So it becomes, I guess, an academic question whether you would then want to move on to issues of agriculture, water supply, education, and so on. There's no island to do those things on. How do you progress? If you would like to talk about any of this more, there's my email address, and come pass it up.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm going to hand over to Evan Thompson, the Director of the Meteorological Office in Jamaica, and you will hear from Ramon very shortly, and the questions at the end of that session would be addressed both to Ramon and also to John. Please welcome
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Evan Thompson, as was just mentioned, and those of you who know me from the Meteorological Service will say, oh, well, what does he know about mitigation, climate change mitigation? And you will be perfectly right if you said, I know nothing about climate change mitigation. But guess what? We do have some experts in the room, and we do have experts that will share with us in just a moment. I know the day is well spent. We're jumping right into it. The Working Group 3 discussions, we're going to be hearing from Ramon Piz Madruga. Foreign trade economies is what he studied. He studied in Havana, Sweden, in Mexico, and actually is the director of the Center for World Economy Studies. And this is for the past 3 or so years. So we're going to be moving into this session. Ramon is a member also of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the Inter-America Institute for Research on Global Change. And so we welcome him at this time to share with us on the Working Group 3 discussions.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the local organizing committee, and the local authorities for making possible my presence here, particularly to the officials of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and also to the IPCC for supporting my participation in this workshop. I'm very glad to be here in Jamaica, this beautiful country too close to Cuba, my homeland. And it's a pleasure also to be here sharing with you this key message with regard to the fifth assessment report of the IPCC, key messages regarding Working Group 3 in terms of mitigation of climate change. Well, with this presentation we complete, I would say, the picture of the three main contributions of working groups, IPCC working groups, to the fifth assessment report, considering both what has been said in terms of adaptation and mitigation as the two main components in terms of responses to climate change. I can fully understand that for countries in the Caribbean region, Jamaica, Cuba, the rest of the countries, small island states in the Caribbean, adaptation and dealing with impacts of climate change is the first priority, of course, that's true, but we need to have the full picture in terms of responses, because we can see later that some of the messages out of Air 5 has to do with the interactions between adaptation and mitigation. And this is, as I said, two key components, two important dimensions in terms of the responses in responses to climate change. These are the three main key messages out of Air 5 that most probably were already mentioned in the previous presentation. The first one is, this has to do with the three working groups. The first was in terms of the human influence on climate change being much more clear at the moment, and is an important evidence, an important message in terms of the contribution, attribution of climate change to human influence to a great extent, taking into account what has happened, particularly in the industrial period. The second one has to do in terms of impact, what Professor John Agar was mentioning in terms of how we can expect in the future much more severe, pervasive, and irreversible impacts out as a result of climate change in absence of adequate responses. And the third message that has to do with the responses, that we still have opportunities to react back. But I would say, and it's also one of the messages of this report, that the immediate action is needed to avoid the most adverse and severe impact of climate change. In Working Group 3, one of the main contributions has to do with the assessment of the trends in greenhouse gas emissions. Particularly in the last 4 decades. The last year assessed in the IPCC was the last decade assessed was this one from the year 2000 to 2010, but in general the trend in the last 4 decades has been a fast growing of these emissions, and this is shown in this graph. As also, there is information with regard to the contribution of CO2 as the most relevant greenhouse gases in the greenhouse gases mix. Both, particularly CO2 in relation to fossil fuels and other industrial processes, but to lesser extent, the CO2 associated to land use changes. And other greenhouse gases, methane, nitrous oxide, and other fluorochloride gases. And this, but anyway, the IPCC assessment recognized that greenhouse gas emission has been growing during the whole industrial period. Normally, the year taken as reference is the year 1750. And during this industrial period, greenhouse gases have been growing, but particularly fast in this period of the last 4 decades, and in particular the last decade. this information has to do with the role of each of the most important sectors, final consumer sectors. And as you can see, the energy sector, to the energy sector, 35% of direct emissions, greenhouse emissions, are attributed to this sector. Of course, as has been said, the energy patterns are in the root of the causes of climate change, particularly the patterns that have prevailed since the year 1750. And this is an important message out of the AR5 Working Group 3, that stabilization of atmospheric concentrations requires moving away from the baseline scenarios, regardless of the mitigation goal. So the upper trajectory refers to the baseline range, and the low trajectories refers to mitigation goals. You can see 3 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees Celsius. Of course, the 1.5 could be lower in this scale, which is one of the topics that are very relevant for the small island developing state, and would be the subject for one of the sessions of the tomorrow part of the workshop. And this is one of the conclusions of the Working Group 3, also in the context of mitigation. And this figure is one of the most iconic figures of AR5. This summarized or synthesized information out of the 3 working groups. You can see in the first part, in the upper right, reference to the reason of concern, the 5 reasons for concern identified by Working Group 2 of the IPCC. Then you can see how the risk of climate change depend on cumulative CO2 emissions. The second part in the upper right has to do with this information out of Working Group 1 and Working Group 3, and then this relation between the cumulative CO2 emission, which in turn depend on annual emission over the next decades. So it's very important what would happen from here to the year, for instance, 2030, in terms of mitigation, depending on this, the information could be what would happen in the rest of the century. And this is very important. If we delayed mitigation, for instance, at the moment, if we delayed actions to respond to climate change instead of mitigation, most probably by the second half of this century, the costs and risks associated to responses to climate change could be considerable, in addition to the impacts of climate change per se. And these are other key messages out of Working Group 3. The mitigation goal of in relation to 2 degrees Celsius is only a reference. The IPCC is not advocating in the assessment for any specific mitigation goal. It's only, as I said, a reference. Many other potential goals were assessed as part of the AR5, but in this case, this was taken as an example of ambitious mitigation goal. Of course, going to 1.5 could be much more ambitious in that sense, but this gives a reference for us in that direction. And it is said in the AR5 Working Group 3, for instance, that measure exists to achieve substantial emission reductions required to limit the likely warming of 2 degrees Celsius. It required, for instance, reducing emission by 40 to 70% by the year 2050 with regard to the year 2010, and near zero greenhouse gases emission by the end of this century. So you can see here that it's really an impressive effort in terms of emission reduction. Even for this 2 degrees Celsius, as I said, going 1.5 would be, the effort needed to be much more significant. Then, as I said at the beginning, it is needed a combination of adaptation and substantial and sustained reduction in terms of greenhouse gases emission to limit climate change risk and climate change impacts. The importance of having this combination of adaptation and mitigation at the global scale, that implementing a reduction in greenhouse gases emission poses substantial technological, economic, social, and institutional challenges. This is related also to the first message in this slide. And finally, what I said before, that delaying mitigation will substantially increase the challenges in terms of cost and risk associated to limiting warming to 2 degrees Celsius or to other any other mitigation goal that, for instance, 1.5 could be another example. So this reflects the efforts required, the requirements in terms of technologies, in terms of institutional change, in terms of social challenges associated to these mitigation goals. These are some examples of the mitigation measures as a part of the mitigation portfolio of technologies. Of course, there is a reference to the need to be much more efficient in terms of energy use, but also reference to the low carbon and no carbon energy. Many of these technologies already existing, but with a very limited participation in the energy mix. And also, there is a reference to the improvement to the improvement in carbon enlargement of in carbon sinks as part of this portfolio of mitigation options, including some technologies as the bioenergy with carbon capture and storage that has technology that have important risks associated in their deployment, and probably, as said before, if mitigation is delayed, the reliance on this kind of technology could contribute to the risk associated to responses in the second half of the century, if that is the option. And last but not least in this list is the lifestyle and behavioral changes that has to do with the demand side of the spectrum, which is also very important in terms of responding to climate change. Not only supply side approach in terms of technology is needed, but also the demand side in terms of changes in the demand, in the behavior and lifestyle would be needed in that sense. This is only a quick reference to the different sectors analyzed in AR5 Working Group 3 and the potential in each of these sectors for mitigation. If we take, for instance, an ambitious mitigation goal, as you can see here, one of the sector with most, more potential for mitigation is, for instance, electricity. The light color refers to the business as usual scenario, and the dark colors refers to the ambitious mitigation scenarios. As you can see here, the difference between the two scenarios is larger in the case of electricity, explaining that there is much more potential there for mitigation, taking into account the current practices and the potential, the already existing technologies and the potential technology to be developed in the rest of this century. Well, this has to do with the cost, that of course there are costs to mitigate, but this cost could be manageable in relation to the business as usual scenarios, and the most important thing is contrasting this cost with the cost of inaction, the cost associated to the impact, the huge cost associated to the impacts of climate change. This has to do with the need to act promptly, with the need to act immediately, how the window of opportunity for action is closing, considering that the budget associated, for instance, to this mitigation goal of 2 degrees Celsius is already two-thirds of this budget has been already used, let's say, and only 1/3 is remaining. And if we continue emitting without restrictions, without correcting this these patterns in the responses, of course, the possibility to have this kind of mitigation goal would be compromised. So even these 2 degrees that of Celsius, which is that as we know is not enough for the small island developing state, even this goal, this level could be compromised if we don't react as society quickly in terms of responses to climate change. Well, this is also has been probably already projected in previous presentations that has to do with the significant impact, for instance, with regard to increasing temperature. This is out of Working Group 1 and most probably was already presented in previous presentations. Well, and the final slide has to do with the information also on the IPCC website and so on that was already presented also in the first section. But the intention in general of this presentation, as I said, was to complete the pictures in terms of the responses to climate change with reference not only to adaptation but also to mitigation, and considering that delaying mitigation would be most costly and risky, and even could imply further how to say challenges for adaptation as such. There are many messages that has to do with this issue of cost and risk, and is one of the most important things when we also consider technologies in this context. So I would like to let it here for having more time for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ramon. I'm sure there may be questions coming from the floor. Is there anyone who has any question that has to do with any of these issues that have been raised here? Or any comment to make? Let me acknowledge David Smith first of all.
Thanks very much. Just a quick question, and either of the 2 panelists could respond. You're talking about mitigation here and reaching targets with regard to reducing carbon dioxide emissions. And in the Caribbean and other SIDS, we're more concerned about adaptation, but we're not really always sure what we will need to adapt to. And would there be a role for IPCC to sort of give us an idea of what are the likely scenarios that we will have to adapt to? Yes, you don't necessarily say to the countries you must do this or that, but if the developed countries do not meet their targets, then we will have to adapt to more and more increased problems. And is there a role whether IPCC could tell us what we need to be looking at?
Well, I can give you a very general reaction in that sense, and this is related to one of the messages that I mentioned when I talk about delaying mitigation. And of course, if mitigation is delayed in the time, of course, the costs and risks would be much more significant, but also adaptation could be compromised, because it would be very difficult to fill that gap only with adaptation, and even the cost of adaptation could be very important. So I insist in the need, even considering that for the Caribbean and for the more small island state, the first priority is adaptation, following what is happening with the mitigation all around the world. It's very important to have this complete picture. The IPCC take into account its role, its mandate of not being prescriptive in terms of saying, well, this is the most probable scenario and this kind of thing. What has been doing in the last report, and is the intention to continue doing in the future, probably with much more information and much more literature in that regard, is trying to identify, of course, potential scenarios, potential trajectories, without attaching probabilities to any of them, but identifying what are the requirements in terms, for instance, of technologies, of institutional change, of behavioral change, and others kind of elements in terms of requirements, and then what would be the impacts also associated to those trajectories. This could be, for instance, the intention with this special report on 1.5 that would be much more developed tomorrow. One specific potential trajectory, the requirements and the impacts associated to this scenario because it wasn't a specific request in that direction, but out of that, the intention of the IPCC is trying to put on the table what would be the different trajectories according to the kind of responses, to the timing or not of the responses in terms of mitigation and adaptation, and then, of course, out of that, the different stakeholders, policymakers could have information both in terms of the requirements and the impact associated to each of those trajectories.
Thank you. Acknowledge later to your right, David.
Thank you. This morning, Dr. Trotz proposed to the IPCC on their assessment report 6 to develop a compendium of best practices in adaptation and mitigation. However, we were reminded by Dr. Agard that the IPCC publication process is heavily scrutinized and very rigorous. So my question really is, how do we conciliate the need for well-informed adaptation and mitigation responses with the challenges that are presented under the IPCC process and the fact that at this stage in time, the majority of organizations that are implementing adaptation and mitigation responses are NGOs, development agencies, non-scientific institutions, businesses. So how do you see this challenge?
It's a very, very interesting question. You know, it's a part of the challenges the IPCC has in terms of being relevant without being prescriptive. This is the equilibrium, the important equilibrium that the IPCC needs. And of course, I would say that the IPCC has been improving considerably the communication and the efforts in terms of being much more relevant without being prescriptive in this direction. The IPCC, of course, has these rules in terms of the quality, the excellence of the information that is the basis for the assessment. But at the same time, I could say that there are also possibilities for specific areas in which the characteristic of the literature has this specificity to allow, after scrutiny and consideration, but by the writing teams, the possibility of using other kinds of literature that could be also of good quality and could contribute in terms of the quality and the relevance of the reports. This has been already used in some of the working groups, for instance, particularly with regard to Working Group 2, in some kind of assessment dealing with community works in terms of adaptation. As you know very well, for adaptation and for impact consideration, the local scale is very relevant. So having information rooted, that community is rooted at that level is very important to complete the picture in terms of the assessment. And there are provisions under the IPCC to use this information. Of course, this has a specific rules, procedures in terms of following the assessment for this kind of information should be, of course, good quality information that should be assessed. And there should be an agreement in the writing team dealing with this kind of information to certify, I would say, in a way that this information is valid and could complement the peer review information that should be, as I said, the basic or let's say the normal basis. So the IPCC has been working on that. It is called, in some cases, gray literature. I must say that I don't like this term too much because it's attribute, it's a personal consideration. But the point is that there are provisions for using local or information even that could be provided by business sector and other stakeholder if the working team that is supposed to be well balanced also as part of the selection process has an agreement to use it because the writing team identify a literature gaps there and need this to complete the picture in terms of what the IPCC needs to provide to keep that equilibrium that I mentioned at the beginning, being relevant but without being prescriptive and without using, of course, literature that could create conditions for mistake, for error, or for not sound less robust messages. So this is more or less what I can say at the moment. There are provisions now. The challenge is how to use it in the best way possible to ensure what you said in terms of relevance.
Thank you. I believe we had another question. Was there another question? Yes, we do have a question.
In terms, I understand that the IPCC is going to be focusing on oceans next year, but up to AR5, the IPCC has dealt to some extent with issues pertaining to the oceans. I want to ask whether the IPCC has looked at the thawing of permafrost and its contribution to global warming. That is one. I also want to find out whether the IPCC has looked at the change in ocean currents and how that impacts livelihoods, if you've done it up to AR5 or whether you're going to be focusing on this in AR6. And my final observation or question has to do with what I spoke to sometime yesterday in terms of the conflict between, and you have spoken about that all along between yesterday and today, the conflict, the obvious, evident conflict between development and mainstreaming climate change policies, international development, and the livelihoods of persons. For example, in an earlier presentation here, we saw clearly that storm surge will impact the coastal areas. Notwithstanding, and it was of high confidence, notwithstanding that reality, hotels are still being built along the coastlines. Government is still giving providing approvals for developers. So how do you create this balance? I well understand that the IPCC is not prescriptive, but from all indications, we are heading to a scenario of doom.
Yes, you mentioned a lot of things. Now, I'll be repeating some things that have been said before. Since the IPCC is assessing literature and is not doing original research, when the fifth assessment was done, all it could do is assess what was existing at the time. In the meanwhile, of course, going into the sixth assessment, there's a whole new set of literature because there has been an assessment of gaps in knowledge. People have been encouraged to publish. You've heard that quite a lot during the rest of the day. So there'll be new information. So it's not that in the fifth assessment, and we have someone from Working Group 1 present, we can call upon her, that things like, permafrost and some of the things that you mentioned weren't considered. It was, what literature was available at that time. There's a lot more information now because, things seem to be going faster than anybody projected. And so there have been a lot of papers, and that might change, the modeling as these inputs are made. Now, we keep coming back to some of the same things over and over. Our sense that IPCC should somehow or the other show some advocacy, But again, to repeat the rule about not being prescriptive, IPCC can't do that. It is, to repeat, an intergovernmental panel on climate change. Okay? So the authors are not governments. Authors are selected and a process in which governments have agreed to on a process. Okay? You try and produce the best science, you assess all of the literature, and that also goes back to the previous question about, you mentioned the word grey literature, a bad term. But there is a sense in IPCC that the process is so, restrictive that a lot of useful information is lost. So the rules with regard to grey literature are evolving. And anything that is cited, even in AR5, a paper the document has to be made available, it's kept in a database, so that, you mentioned some piece of grey literature, and because it's not published in a proper journal or something, nobody could find it. So they don't know if you've made something up. But IPCC's process is that document has to be deposited in a database so that anybody can access it. So everything is traceable. So I go back to the question. Since the fifth assessment, a lot of new information is, has evolved, and that will be taken into consideration. No one involved, none of the authors can be presumptive as to what the outcome will be. Not everything that has been published will end up, passing the scrutiny, which is rather substantial. You've heard before, anybody can make comments when documents are released, and you've heard a lot of encouragement here of people to be at least be, reviewers, and you will be astounded at the number of comments. So in each chapter, they have to respond to thousands of comments. And they have review editors who make sure that you can't say in response to a comment that, is noted. You have to make a proper response, of why you did not take this on board, or if you have, how you have. You can now find in the documents. So I can't give you a specific answer, but just to assure you that I think the process itself, which itself is evolving to try and include other things, and the suggestion that was made earlier by Neville Trotz, in fact, the balance is shifting on to, mitigation and adaptation and so on, the response part, okay? And clearly a lot of that is done at the local level. You wouldn't find in, high impact journals. And it is something that IPCC has discussed over and over, even before this process started. There have been meetings as IPCC tried to decide what they could do different in the next assessment. They want to repeat the same things. And one of the things that has come out of that is, really and truly, there's a lot of interest in how you can bring information on board down at the local level, because it's been very top, global, okay? And you will see a major effort being made from what is evolving in the discussions to try and bring things from the local level on board, because there's a very great interest in people on that aspect. So I hope that crosses some of the things. So you look forward, and please, do make your comments and because that influences. There's an extraordinary opportunity. The chair of IPCC has been present. And the chair has, made a commitment that in this process, and the vice chair is here as well, a commitment has been made. There's listening going on, and there's feedback. Okay, what is being said is being heard and is helping to influence how things unfold in the future. I assure you of that.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe we are winding down now. I don't know if there is any final question anyone needs to. You want a follow-up question? Yes, this would be the final question.
Something that I need to ask, excuse me. In terms of mitigation, the adaptation, when first I got involved in this, the focus for us, at least that's what I read and that's what I was told, the focus for seeds would have been adaptation. How has the conversation changed? What should we be saying in terms of mitigation via adaptation?
Well, a quick reaction on that. The last part of your previous question is very interesting. What you mentioned in terms of the linkages between development and climate change responses, both in terms of adaptation and mitigation. And this is an area that to which the IPCC has attached great importance. I mean, the linkages between sustainable development and the responses to climate change, identifying in the assessment both potential synergies between the sustainable development and the climate change responses, and also potential conflicts, and how the intention of these responses, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation, should be oriented in a way to try to potentiate that synergies and try to reduce and address these potential conflicts that could be, as you can imagine, also part of the whole picture. I could say that at the moment, taking into account the current international debate with regard, for instance, to the Sustainable Development Goals and to the Agenda 2030, a lot of new literature has been emerging in that sense. And for instance, the intention with the special report of 1.5 that is in the process of preparation with the content already approved include explicitly the reference to this relation to sustainable development from the very beginning, from the framing chapter, and there is at the very end a chapter specifically devoted to this important topic that you mentioned, how the issues regarding sustainable development and policy and poverty eradication should be part of the whole picture when addressing climate change, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation. The emphasis to be attached either to mitigation and adaptation, and to both of them, depends on the particularities of each of the countries, the particularities of each of the regions. But if we take the whole global picture, both adaptation and mitigation are, in fact, complementary components of the whole responses. You cannot rely at a global scale only on mitigation. You need to adapt necessarily because of the past emission. The past emissions already imply that there is part of this climate change that could be taking place anyway, and we need to think in terms of adaptation anyway to that inertia, I could say, climate change, but at the same time, we need to take into account this combination, I mean, both in terms of adaptation and mitigation, but I mean, the final decision on the emphasis should be one of the corresponding governments, corresponding authority, according to the specific cases, the specific characteristic of the different regions and so on. But both are important components in terms of responses. Relying only on mitigation, as I said, it is not possible in global terms, but relying only on adaptation is also not possible because we need to solve the root, I mean, the cause in terms of the emissions that are there and are growing, as I mentioned, out of the message of Working Group 3, and we need a combination, but the participation of each of the components of the global society differs, of course, taking into account the different perspective and the different conditions.
Thank you very much, Ramon. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contributions to this session. And of course, all of you for your questions, your attentiveness, of course, to this session. Of course, this is a good place to end as we continue to look at this balance and how do we move forward. Maybe the language is going to change. The whole perspective is going to change as we move through time and as we see changes being made from country to country. Thank you very much once again. We close this session at this time. And
thank you.
There is an announcement that the buses are now ready downstairs for those who are going to the event at Port Royal. So please, we may move immediately to that location if you're going on to that venue. Thank you very much.